Check, check. Good morning, everyone. Sure, the time has finally come. It gives me great pleasure to MC the first session of Mac Live 2024. So for those who don't know me, just a little bit of background around myself. My name is Russ, for those who don't know. And yeah, I think it's important to note that today isn't actually a normal Mac Live. It is in fact a celebration of 30 years of this industry. So we all know that good things come in pairs, peanut butter and jam, Batman and Robin, and the Springboks and Castle Lights. But today is about a bold combination of red and yellow students. So before we start, just a few things to keep in mind: that please turn your phones on silent through the duration of the session. And also, if you are looking to go to the toilet, we ask you kindly to just go between sessions. We don't really want people walking in and out while the speakers are presenting. But without further ado, we would like to welcome a self-proclaimed Pilates princess and a coffee enthusiast. Can we give a warm welcome to Olivia Riley? The stage is yours.
Thank you, Ross, for that introduction. As he mentioned, my name is Olivia Riley, and I am a perfectionist. I'm a perfectionist. How many times have you heard someone say this? Maybe at work among colleagues or at drinks with friends. It's become a common response to that classic interview question: what is your biggest weakness? But the funny thing is, while many of us acknowledge that perfectionism is a flaw that can hold us back, we still view it as a sign of success and hard work. We proudly raise our hands up and say, yes, I'm a perfectionist. But this contradiction leads us to an important question. Why do we celebrate perfection so much? For a long time, I took pride in my perfectionism. But this year, I had a serious wake-up call that forced me to reevaluate this perception. I reached burnout. I put so much pressure on myself to excel in both my job and my studies that I became mentally and physically exhausted. I constantly prioritized my work over my personal life, and this forced me to ask myself the question: was chasing perfection truly worth the stress and anxiety it brought? Now, before I go on, I just want to clarify what perfectionism is. Despite popular belief, it's not a personality trait. It's actually a defense mechanism. It tells us that if you look perfect, do perfect, and accomplish perfect, you can avoid or minimize shame, judgment, or blame. So it's not about striving for excellence. It's actually about self-protection. Many perfectionists will know this vicious cycle. It starts with setting unrealistic goals where anything less than flawless feels unacceptable. These high expectations lead to a paralyzing fear of failure, which often results in procrastination. Then, as deadlines approach, we work extremely hard to meet these unrealistic standards. But inevitably, we fall short. This leads to self-criticism, shame, and an erosion of confidence. But rather than breaking free from the cycle, we swear to ourselves that we'll try harder next time, locking us back into the same exhausting loop. This vicious cycle can severely impact one's mental health. It can lead to things like depression, anxiety, eating disorders, low self-esteem, burnout, and even suicidal thoughts. It's a mindset that leaves little room for self-acceptance or kindness. Now, what's interesting is perfectionism isn't just a personal struggle. It's also deeply rooted into our culture. Society glorifies perfection as a symbol of success, which is constantly perpetuated by the celebration of overnight success stories that often overlook the hard journey it took to get there. This tells us that as a society, we value appearances over substance, measuring worth by achievements and accolades rather than by resilience and character. In this environment, imperfection is seen as a flaw, something we need to hide or fix, rather than accept or learn from. Now, the alarming truth is that 92% of people around the world struggle with perfectionism. And many of these individuals are Gen Z or millennials who are heavily influenced by the digital age that we live in. So I guess the question now is, how did we get here? And to answer this, I want to take you through my journey of perfectionism and where it began, a journey I think many of us can relate to. For a lot of us, this drive to be perfect starts in school. From a young age, we're placed on a linear path where academic success is tied to our self-worth. For me, it began in grade 4. I was only 10 years old when I started writing exams, and my goal was never to just pass. It was to come out on top. I was so fixated on getting the right marks to get into the right classes, which would lead to the right opportunities down the line, that I lost my joy for learning. But perhaps more importantly, I internalized every mistake that I made as a personal flaw. Imagine being just 10 years old and tying your worth to a score on a test paper. Then as I got older, social media became a powerful influence. I got my first phone when I was 12, and platforms like Instagram, Facebook, and Snapchat quickly became a major part of how I saw myself. At first, it was exciting. We all shared little bits of our lives and scrolled through other people's posts, but it doesn't take long to notice the patterns. Every post we see feels like a flawless, carefully edited highlight version of our lives, and the pressure to measure up seeps in. We start spending hours curating the perfect post, airbrushing out our insecurities, filtering out our imperfections, and hiding the parts of ourselves we fear could be judged or criticized. I think most of us here have experienced the silent pressure, and it only gets stronger with each like, comment, or new follower. Each notification feels like a little validation boost. But when these notifications slow down, or they're just not there anymore, it's easy to feel less than. The influence of technology doesn't stop with social media. AI is now playing a major role in shaping our expectations in school and work, often raising the bar on what good enough looks like. On the surface, AI is an amazing tool. I mean, it streamlines tasks, it boosts productivity, and it helps us work smarter and faster. But beneath this convenience lies a deeper issue. Because AI has made perfect, flawless work more accessible than ever, perfectionist standards are now becoming the new norm. And as a result, the work we produce on our own feels inadequate in comparison. This is becoming a major issue among students and young professionals who are already under a lot of pressure to excel in the competitive landscape. AI tools like ChatGPT are quickly becoming their default option, and not because the tool's necessarily better, but because it's easier and quicker. However, the ironic thing that I realized this year is that when we rely on AI to help us produce this flawless work, we actually lose the human touch that makes our work unique and valuable. So in trying to be perfect and using AI to help us achieve this, we're actually holding ourselves back from reaching our full potential. All of these pressures have led to a failure-averse generation among young people. And when doing my research, I found this particularly interesting. There's a common perception about my generation that we are lazy or that we expect things to be handed to us, but it's not about laziness or expectations. It's actually about fear. We are so afraid of making mistakes and not being perfect enough, that we avoid new challenges or risks altogether. There's a great Aristotle quote that says, "If you don't want to be criticized, do nothing, say nothing, and be nothing." This resonates with the defense mechanism aspect of perfectionism and the anxiety that many of us feel when we step out of our comfort zone. We are convinced that we need to know everything before we begin anything. So instead of taking initiative, we wait for directions thinking, what if I get it wrong? Or what if I fail? So what we need to ask ourselves now is, what do we do about this? And to answer this, I think we need to take a step back and first ask ourselves, what does perfect truly mean? And can anyone or anything ever be perfect? I reflected on this concept a lot this year, and I realized that perfection doesn't exist. It's just an illusion that we're constantly chasing, but never fully attain, and is fueled by the digital media that we're exposed to. I've also realized that this illusion isn't worth the toll it can take on your health. It doesn't make you happier, and it certainly doesn't make you more successful. So as someone who's learning to let go of her perfectionism, I know my path forward involves internalizing these 3 key truths. I need to lower the expectations I set for myself and realize that nothing I do will ever be perfect because perfect doesn't exist, but doing the best that I can is good enough. I need to know that making mistakes is okay. They aren't a reflection of who I am, but rather of what I've learned and how I've progressed. And perhaps most importantly, I need to know that authenticity and vulnerability are a strength and not a weakness or something to be feared. Take social media apps like Be Real, for example. Be Real flips the script on perfectionism by encouraging users to share unfiltered, raw moments of their day. No edits, no curated perfection. The popularity of this platform proves that people are wanting honest, genuine connections and the freedom to show up as themselves online. At the end of the day, to be human is to be imperfect. To be human is to be vulnerable, real, and authentic. And being human allows us to connect with one another on a deeper level. When we embrace our imperfections, we discover what I like to call our imperfect advantage. Our flaws and vulnerabilities don't hold us back. They are the very things that make us special.
Liv, you couldn't have said that better. Very well done. Next up, we have possibly one of the most active people I know, and honestly, one of the nicest dudes you'll ever meet. Welcome, Kai.
Thanks, Ross, for that intro. Imagine a beautiful summer's day at the beach, enjoying something that you love. For me, that is surfing. It was on a day like this, with big swell and perfect conditions, on the 20th of November, 2022, when I was at backline waiting for my next wave. Perfection turned into chaos in an instant, as I heard screams and spotted a young girl struggling in the surf zone alongside the rocks. To put this into some perspective, research from the World Health Organization shows that drowning incidents in South African waters are a harsh reality. The average is approximately 1,500 drownings annually, of which the majority occur amongst children under 14 years old. I had no option but to paddle towards her and try help, and had to put some flashing thoughts aside. I called to other surfers to assist, and paddled as fast as I could to reach her as she started to be pulled down. When I arrived, only her hand was left visible. I grabbed it and was able to pull her onto my board with great effort. With the help of another surfer, we pulled her out of the rip and brought her to safety on the beach. She was placed in a recovery position, and with the help of a tourist who happened to be a doctor, she was given the necessary first aid until the ambulance arrived. This intense real-life situation taught me some invaluable lessons about courage, fear, and perseverance, and today I'm here to share some of those lessons with you. Fear is a very real emotion, and the thought of paddling towards the girl, made my heart pound. I couldn't help but think of all the ways this could go wrong. What if I don't get to her in time? What if the waves are too big? What if I get stuck? Reflecting afterwards, though, I realized that bravery is not about the absence of fear. It is about choosing to act despite it. We all encounter moments in life where anxiety or fear can make us freeze, and this holds us back from moving on. As some of you may know, I've experienced some of those frozen moments during presentations this year. Yet, I've learned that the key is to embrace fear and choose to overcome it, to recognize it as a natural response, and then find the courage to face it. And that is what leads to growth. And no, that is not a photo of me surfing. Growth happens when we push beyond our familiar boundaries, even if it feels uncomfortable at first. As someone who enjoys routine, I've always been quite risk averse. I like to be in my comfort zone, and as much as I love the adrenaline of surfing, nothing prepared me for the adrenaline that was needed on that day. Even though I'd already completed a lifeguard course and done all the theory for a rescue, it could not compare to a real life event. Stepping out of your comfort zone, without any guarantee of success, takes courage. When I saw that girl in danger, I didn't have time to debate whether or not I had what it took. I just had to act on instinct. Courage is the power of dealing with or facing danger, fear, or pain. My training had prepared me for this, and in that moment, I didn't second guess my actions. I paddled, I reached her, and brought her safely to shore. Sometimes we just need to trust our instinct and not let fear hold us back. When making choices in life based on what we have learned and how we feel, it usually leads us in the right direction. When we are pushed to step out of our comfort zone, it takes courage to help us face these challenges. On that day in November, there was only one goal: to save the girl. Despite the crashing waves and the strong rip current, I had to keep my eyes fixed on the task at hand. Perseverance means persistence in doing something despite difficulty or delay in achieving success. We will all face challenges in life that might feel overwhelming at times, but by keeping our eyes on the goal, we can push through even the toughest of circumstances. Having a clear vision of what you want to achieve can also help you stay motivated. In my situation, the adrenaline kept me going and the girl was saved. Now, part of my story that I haven't fully explained yet is that during the rescue, both the father and the girl's grandfather ran to the sea to help, but also found themselves in trouble and were being battered by the waves against the rocks. They now also needed to be rescued. With great difficulty, both men were also brought safely to shore, with the father sustained a rib fracture in the process. I learned through this that good intentions can still lead to mistakes. They had used courage and desperation, but it ended up that 3 people now needed rescuing and not 1. Courage doesn't always mean getting it right on the first try. In life, we often make choices that don't go as planned. I've always preferred to do things in an order, and it can rattle me if the structure is changed. Sometimes being worried about making a mistake can also hold me back. But I've realized that when we accept our mistakes, we free ourselves from the fear of failure. Instead of letting fear hold us back, we can use those experiences to make better choices in the future, especially in stressful situations. While paddling, I knew I had my lifeguard skills which had prepared me, but I also knew I needed others for support, and I relied on the team around me. Other surfers in this case, and a kind doctor on the beach. Teamwork combines skills, knowledge, and perspectives to solve problems and complete tasks more efficiently than you can do on your own. It reinforced for me how none of us need to operate in isolation, and it is very important to recognize the team around you. In life, we all have teams, whether that's our family, our friends, or our colleagues. And that brings me on to my last point: know your limits. In our lifeguard training, we were taught the first 3 steps of emergency rescue: prioritize safety, assess the situation, and call for help. Now, often asking for help can be seen as a sign of weakness, yet it is actually a sign of strength. It shows that you understand your limits and that you're willing to rely on others when necessary. We all need help sometimes, and there's no shame in reaching out. I may not have been able to rescue that girl on my own, or successfully on my own, and needed the help of others. A while ago, I was given a book by Charlie Maxey called The Boy, the Mole, the Fox, and the Horse. In the book, the young boy talks to the animals about a few important life questions, and these are 2 quotes which I wanted to share. "What is the bravest thing you've ever said?" asked the boy. "Help," said the horse. "Asking for help isn't giving up," said the horse. "It's refusing to give up." So the next time you need help, remember that it's a strength, but it takes courage to ask. Remember that courage is a choice we make, to embrace your fears, step beyond your comfort zone, and trust your instinct. And in the words of Nelson Mandela, courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. The brave man is not he who does not feel afraid, but he who conquers that fear. Thank you.
Kai, you legend. That couldn't have gone better. Next up, we have an individual who is known for her curiosity, insane personality, and her deep love with cats. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Bashira.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's on. Okay, good morning, everyone. So I just want to start off by saying thank you to all the family and friends who came out here today, especially my family on the right-hand side there. And to my mother, who is a teacher. Her kids are writing exams today, but she made it here to watch our talk. My clicker, I put it off. Okay, there we go, it's on. Okay, so my name is Bashira Skruder, and I'm Khalid, and I'm a chameleon. I want to start off by asking the audience a question. So you can just raise your hand if you agree. And if you don't raise your hand, I take it as you disagree. Have you ever been in a situation where you've changed your accent or picked up new lingos to fit in a new environment or with new people? Oh, a lot of you. Well, I do too. I actually do it quite often. I look at it as my different skin that I put on when I go into different places. So this type of chameleon that we're speaking about, not the reptile or lizard, is one who often changes his or her appearance based on where they are or trying to fit in. It's also their way to succeed. To give you an example, when I was in primary school and high school, I went to predominantly colored schools. And there I didn't need to change my accent because everyone sounded just like me. However, when I did my orals, presentations, or mondelings, I had this different accent that went on. And my friend told me, stop using your oral voice with me. And basically, like my made-up definition, an oral voice sounds it sounds vaguely between a British and American accent, but it's very confusing. I don't use it that much anymore. But basically, what I found is that being a colored, I don't really struggle that much to fit in different environments with people of different races, income classes. It's kind of like easy for me. But what does it actually mean to be a colored in South Africa? For those who do not know, I'm part of a subdivision within the colored community, which is known as Cape Malay. My surname, which is Skruder, is actually derived from German descent. And from my mother's side, their surname is derived from India. So when you have us down the line, you get something we like to call a mixed biryani. And for those who don't know what biryani is, I have a made up definition there as well. But basically, a biryani is a perfect analogy because it has so many different colors of rices and masalas, and it's also spicy just like us. But being colored, we are more than just our stereotypes. A lot of people might think that colored people don't have front teeth. However, we do, some of us. Daddy. However, it's actually our history that makes us so strong. As many of you, our parents all grew up during the apartheid regime. And looking back at it, this is a picture of my father. It's actually a newspaper clipping from 1985 when he and his friends were protesting during the apartheid times. And unfortunately, one of his friends got shot in the eye with a rubber bullet. They had there was nothing more that they could do but run away. And unfortunately, they could not leave his friend there. Otherwise, he would be arrested and not receive the medical care he so badly needed. So they had to take him with and run. The first time I heard that, I actually got shivers. I still get shivers because I know that's part of my background and part of my history, and that really makes me strong. But I asked my father, besides running from rubber bullets and teaching class to go to protest rallies, what are two things in life he can teach me that I can tell to you guys today? And he said the first thing is treat everyone the way you want to be treated. And it sounds a bit cliche, but a little bit of kindness really goes a long way. And secondly, no matter what your upbringing is or your background, don't ever use that as an excuse to not reach your goals, because only you can make the difference in your own life. On a lighter note, looking further at our Rainbow Nation, our diverse backgrounds is what actually makes us so unique as a country. In a country that has over 12 different official languages, from English to Afrikaans, from Xhosa to Zulu, and yes, Zulu is the most spoken language in South Africa, we are so diverse. We have a multitude of cultures, ethnicities, and religions. And basically, it's not so much so the things that make us different, but it's those things that unite us. It's that Ubuntu that I am because we are. So now I want to ask a question to the audience once again. And what do you guys think unites South Africa as a country? I heard a little whisper from that side. What did you say over there? Say it. I like that answer, man. Anyone else? Humor. Don't start presentation for me, Dad. But that's right. I'm about to say a few things that I subjectively think is what makes South Africa strong as a country. And we are starting off strong with sports. In South Africa, sport is not just a competition, it's a great unifier. It's something that we've seen back in 1995 when Nelson Mandela wore his Springbok jersey and handed over the World Cup to Francois Pienaar. And that was the beginning of the unity in that sport. And now 4 World Cups down the line, we can definitely say we don't watch rugby as fans, but we actually watch it as a family. Yeah, so Cape Town and South Africa breaks into absolute chaos when the Springboks wins, and we love that. But also, South Africa is no stranger to challenges. We face so many. I'm even too scared to say the name of this next challenge because it might conjure it back. Load shedding. And basically, in the face of those adversities, South Africans came up with so many unique ways to combat it.
If we continue to give temporary solution to the poorest of the poor, to the poorest of the poor, one day the poor will become poorest and the
So now we have no excuse to wear creased clothes on our first day to work. And lastly, even in the face of even in the face of a life-threatening pandemic, South Africans still found a way to get through it with humor. I mean, what other country can say they made fun of their president who was on live TV and he bought into it? So we can definitely face all of these challenges with humor and going through it with a smile on our face. And that is our unique selling point. See, for a lot of us who want to work abroad in the near or far future, it won't come down to what race you are, but people will start asking you, what country are you from? And we are all proudly South Africans. See, being a chameleon isn't just about adapting. It's about thriving in the most unexpected ways. Being able to change a bit or evolve is actually an exceptional strength. And in a world where conformity is a must, being a chameleon is being able to shapeshift and not lose your essence of who you are. You can be thrown into any room, any situation, and you'll still be able to fit in with the crowd, but still stand out because of your uniqueness. So I would like to say, it's not about adapting. It's actually about thriving. It's about rising to the expectation. As South Africans, we know we can do it. As South Africans, we also know that basically, sorry. So as South Africans, you know that because of that resilience, because of that heart of Ubuntu, we bring something so unique to the table. And like I had a Nelson Mandela quote, I do as well. But in the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. And therefore, we are all proof of that. So I'd like to change my statement. While yes, I am colored and I am a chameleon, I would like to say, because we are all South Africans, we are all chameleons, and we can thrive in any environment. Thanks.
Bash, that was such an inspiring talk, and I'm sure we are all very proud South Africans after that. Next up, we are going to be embarking on a journey of an explanation of why time flies or drags. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put some hands together for Josie Pulun.
Three, 2, 1. 3 seconds have just passed, disappeared, gone. But where did they go? What is this invisible transient thread we call time? Well, apparently, it's just that, a thread, a continuous measurable quantity that links a sequence of events, sorry, from the past to the present, projecting into the future. And yet, I'm so sorry. Albert Einstein contested this with his theory of relativity, proposing that this thread is simply an illusion. Time is fluid, time is flexible, and warped and eternal. So since time is flexible, there's no need to time the speech, which is a huge relief as I have been absolutely terrified. Now, I cannot quite believe that we are standing here at our final Mac Live speech. I'm not going to lie to you, I've been dreading this day since I even started applying to Red and Yellow. And there was almost a part of me that was a bit hesitant to come here because I knew that eventually I'd have to stand up in front of a crowd and speak about something for a whole 10 minutes. But I thought to myself, I have over a year to prepare. But here we are, and a year has never come faster, and a year has never felt shorter, and a day has never come faster. Now, time is a scary thing. The older we get, the faster it goes. As a child, a semester of maths felt like a decade. But as an adult, our varsity days have just sped by at lightning speed. Now remember, time is just an illusion. So let's have a look at time perception. Time perception is how we experience the flow of time, which shifts based on context, routine, and even stress. It's as if we have two clocks running, the clock on the wall and the clock in our minds, and they don't always agree. Today, I'm going to explore why time flies, why it drags, and how understanding these differences can change the way we experience life. Now, I'm going to take in a little trip down memory lane, and that is the dreaded COVID-19. During the pandemic, many of us felt like we were stuck in a weird time bubble where one day just blurred into the next. And psychologists say that this is because our brains rely on new experiences and memories to track time. Without that variety, we create fewer distinct memories, which compresses our sense of time. We had gone from our first 6 weeks of absolute mayhem and freedom in first year to not being able to leave the house at all. And let's be real, there are only so many Netflix series we can entertain ourselves with. And the weird thing is, I feel like COVID was last year, but in a few months, it would have been 5 whole years ago. And it wasn't just about that lack of novelty. Our circadian rhythms, which are our body's natural 24-hour clocks, also shifted. These rhythms rely on routines, daylight exposure, and consistent sleep, but lockdown threw all that out the window. Days started blending, and without these anchors in place, it became harder to tell one day from the next. Now, time doesn't just feel strange during extraordinary moments like lockdown. It even changes as we age. Remember as a kid and how long a school year felt? Or the months leading up to December holidays? As adults, a year can fly by in what seems like the blink of an eye. Psychologists explain that this happens because as kids, everything is novel. Our brains store more memories per day, so time feels stretched. But as adults, we fall into routines. Our days become similar, so they're compressed in our minds. This effect can be explained mathematically. For a 5-year-old, 1 year is 20% of their life, but for a 50-year-old, it's just 2%. Every year becomes a smaller slice of our life's timeline, which makes each year feel faster than the last. Think about the last time you took a holiday. While you were there, time seemed to pass in a flash. But looking back, it feels like the trip was packed with moments, almost making it feel longer in your memory than it did in reality. This is known as the holiday paradox. When we're in new environments, our brain works harder to process all the unfamiliar sights, sounds, and experiences, creating a rich collection of memories. This memory density is why looking back on a trip makes it feel so much longer. We can even hack this into our daily lives, adding a little novelty each day, like taking a new route to work or even trying a new hobby, can slow our perception of time. We may not be on holiday, but small changes can give our brains new memories to anchor to, helping us feel like we're making the most of our days. Now, on the other side of the spectrum is stress, and I think we all know this too well as a result of brand challenge. But stress is one of the few things that can really make time seem to drag. Think back to a stressful moment, like waiting for your matric results, or sitting in your exam venue waiting for them to say, you can now begin. Or even when someone sends a message saying, we need to talk, and they don't reply immediately. Did time feel stretched? This slow motion effect happens because under stress, our brains become hyper-focused, examining every second in detail. This focus stretches time out, making seconds feel longer. So when you're sitting waiting for your exam results or awaiting big news, remember that this slow motion effect is your brain's way of helping you stay alert and ready for anything. Even though it might feel very frustrating in the moment, it's actually a survival mechanism. and so are our circadian rhythms. Getting outside in the morning, keeping regular meal times, and setting up a sleep routine can help regulate these rhythms, anchoring us in time. So, as simple as it sounds, our body's internal clock does a lot to keep our sense of time on track, which brings us back to Einstein. You see, time is a bit of a rebel, even in physics. Remember, according to Einstein's theory of relativity, time isn't constant. It stretches, warps, or shrinks based on speed and gravity. For example, astronauts on the International Space Station experience time slightly slower than us on Earth, aging just a fraction of a second less per year due to their high speed and low gravity. Even though we don't experience these changes directly, relativity reminds us that time is fluid. It's shaped by context, experience, and environment. It's a scientific way of proving that time really is a flexible concept. Even the spectrum of life varies and flexes according to species. A mayfly lives just for 24 hours, a house mouse about 9 months, a parrot about 65 years, and humans around 78 years. So there is value in recognizing that our personal clocks are finite. Now, dogs seem to know this instinctively. With their shorter lifespans, dogs are fully in the moment. No rushing through the day, no checking the clock. Dogs don't worry about the future, they just enjoy the present, and we could really learn from them. Sometimes the best way to slow down time is to simply live fully in each moment. If we could bring even a little bit of that presence into our daily lives, we might find that time stretches, becomes fuller, and more meaningful. It's a sobering thought that the average person is gifted 5 billion breaths in their lifetime. From the moment we are born, that countdown begins. So while time may be relative, it's also the most precious thing we have. We can't control the speed at which it flows, but we can control how we fill it. We can choose to add novelty, to live fully in the present, and to cherish the moments that matter. So let's look around, take in every second, and as we go about our days, let's remind ourselves that time isn't just slipping away, it's offering us opportunities. Opportunities to be present in conversations, to appreciate the everyday moments we often overlook, and to make choices that align with what truly matters to us. So in a world that's always rushing forward, let's slow down enough to create memories that last. Thank you.
Josie, that was so interesting and you spoke beautifully. So very well done to you. Next up, we have an individual who's going to dive into some sibling dynamics. This is going to be super interesting for me because I am an only child. So I guess we'll see how that goes. Welcome, Emma.
Okay, so before I begin, I'd just like to ask you guys a few questions. Please put up your hand if you are the oldest child in your family. Okay, now put up your hand if you are the middle child. Okay? And finally, if you're like Russ, the only child in your family. Okay, well, if you've raised your hand to any of the questions that I've just asked, then this talk will apply to you. So I'd like to start by asking you guys to picture this. A family's playing a ball game in their back garden, and they're all fighting over the ball. And as the middle child runs to grab the ball, the oldest child quickly intervenes and takes the ball. So what does the middle child do? Well, it steps back and waits because it's the oldest child. Now, while the oldest child starts playing with the ball, the youngest starts wailing, "Mom, I didn't get a chance at the ball." So what does mom do? Well, she says, "Please hand over the ball to the younger sibling." All the meanwhile, the middle child steps back and says, "You know what? It's easier to sometimes have patience than to fight an already losing battle." So this simple childhood moment is not just about a ball game, but it's rather a little bit of an insight into how small moments in our childhood can slowly start to help us form our personalities and behaviors. So I'm going to look and take a deeper dive into how our birth order really actually affects our personalities and how it can have a lasting impact on how we navigate our relationships. So psychologists say that from an early age, we develop patterns of behavior. They call these autopilot habits. Now, these habits shape our sibling dynamics and stay with us from early on and are ingrained in us all throughout our lives. So, nearly 43% of our daily behaviors happen without conscious thought. And it's also been found that many of these automatic habits are tied to our birth order and ingrained. The problem with this is that most of us aren't even aware of our autopilot habits and don't know how that these autopilot habits affect our daily lives and how we make decisions. But the good news is that we can take these unconscious habits and turn them into our intentional strengths. So let's have a look at where it all began with Alfred Adler's theory, which dated back in the 1920s. So Adler believed that the order in which we were born in our families deeply affects who we are and our personalities. He looked at birth order and looked at the firstborn, the middle, the youngest, and the only child, and showed that these all carry distinct characteristics. So I'm going to dive into each position that you hold in your family and see what Adler has been on about and how we can make the most about what he has said. So let's take a look at the firstborn. The firstborns are the little guards who've got demoted. So when you come into your life, you're your parents' universal world. You get undivided love and attention from them. And the spotlight is on you for the first few years of your life. That is until baby number 2 comes along and you're now demoted to just being the older sibling. You're now given more responsibilities and suddenly you're responsible for more things and you've been given the chance to maybe help your siblings out, asking things like tie your sister's shoelace or help her tie her hair or go help your brother on the playground, and sometimes even acting as the third parent. So this childhood experience of the firstborn constantly being given the role of being in charge or given more responsibilities forms them into natural leaders and shapes them to organize and achievement-oriented individuals. The firstborn often grows up with the sense of responsibility, partly because the parents tend to lead on them to act as examples. So in my family, my older sister was the quintessential responsible first child. She was head girl, ducks, practically glows with responsibility. So older siblings are often the first to try everything from riding a bike to asking mom to extend curfew, and it's often why they adopt a more conscientious and controlling role. The thing is, though, it is important to take note that with each position comes both the strength and the challenge. The responsibility that shapes these firstborns makes them more of a perfectionistic person. They are always eager to meet high expectations, but this can sometimes lead to them feeling stressed, overwhelmed, and anxious. So if you are a firstborn, it is important to recognize when you are taking on too much and when you are striving for the unattainable. And it is important to remember that perfect doesn't exist, and sometimes good enough is good enough. Now moving on to the middle child. We are the master negotiators and the diplomats. So this is my playground. So middle children often spend a lot of their lives negotiating for attention, for a slice of the spotlight, and for some possessions. Compromise isn't just a skill for us, it's more of a survival tactic. So because we are the negotiators and the diplomats, we're always trying to keep the peace, or at least we try to. So we develop strong social skills all throughout our childhood that lead into our adult lives, as we are always trying to carve out our identity in between our siblings. So Adler suggested that the middle children grow up with often feeling overshadowed by our older and younger siblings. But this perceived lack of attention pushes us to seek validation and connections outside of our family. Now, while this might sound like a disadvantage, it often results in middle children becoming adults who are adaptable, socially skilled, and empathetic adults who are able to diffuse a lot of situations and make everyone feel valued in a room. So in many ways, middle children are thought as the Switzerland of the family, neutral, but somehow everyone's favorite place to visit. So in my family, I'm the third of 4 children, and I think that I've lived out the middle child role pretty well. I'm easygoing, social, and often the peacekeeper, but I do have to admit that I am a bit of a people pleaser and hate conflict and will go out of my way to avoid it. But with that being said, I am the low-key and most low maintenance of the bunch. Now, the problem with the middle child is, yeah, we're easygoing, but we do hate this confrontation and conflict. And we sometimes forget to stand up for ourselves. So sometimes it is necessary, if you are the middle child, it's important to remember that your voice matters too, and that your opinions are just as valid as everyone else's in a room. And it's important to learn to embrace your strengths and set healthy boundaries for yourself in order to help you thrive. Now, looking at the youngest, they're called the creative risk takers. So these are the babies of the family. By the time they come along, parents are pretty relaxed and they've been through the process before. Quite frankly, they are tired and the rules are a little bit looser and expectations are a little bit lower. So Atlas said that this unique environment gives the youngest child the freedom to explore and experiment and develop creativity that the older siblings might not have been able to develop. So because they grow up with these more laid back rules, this fosters them to be able to have more adventurous spirit. And because they've never had the dethronement that all the other siblings have, they feel more secure in their role as the baby of the family, which gives them the opportunity to take risks, embrace creativity, and develop charming and playful personalities. So it is no surprise then that the last 28 scientific revolutions have been led by later born children who are more likely to challenge conventions and think outside the box. So take Picasso, for example. He was the youngest of his family, and I think we can all say he didn't follow the rules when it came to his artwork. So in my family, a youngest brother has 10 years between him and my older sister. So he's what we like to call late to the party. By the time he arrived, my mom's parenting handbook had been chucked out the window, and he was given the freedom to explore and experiment like any other youngest child usually gets. The problem with being the youngest, though, and the challenge, is that while they do excel in creativity and spontaneous endeavors, they sometimes struggle with independence later in life. As they're always used to being taken care of, their impulsive nature makes them act too quickly at times. So it is important to remember, if you are the youngest child, make sure that you balance your self-discipline and spontaneity so that you can learn to channel your creativity and build structure in your life and reach your full potential that you were meant to reach. And lastly, look at the crowd. So they are the solo performers. So they are the ones who are always getting the undivided attention from mom and dad. They have had no siblings to compete with, and they grow up with the sense that the spotlight is permanently on them. So Atlas said, sorry, Russ. So Atlas stated that this position where the only child becomes highly independent and ambitious individuals, they often develop a stronger sense of self as they've never had to share their parental affection or resources. They've never experienced the sibling rivalry, and this allows them to foster the belief that they can achieve anything. And they take challenges head on without hesitating. The problem with this, though, is that while only children do have a very strong independence, it can sometimes lead to over self-reliant or hesitancy to collaborate in teams. This absence in siblings doesn't always mean that they get the same lessons that an older sibling would learn. Sorry. So the key is, if you are the only child, to embrace your independence and learn to collaborate in a team and reconsider the value of other people's perspectives. Now, the beauty of our birth order habits is that they come with both these strengths and challenges that I've mentioned. The key to navigating them, though, lies in awareness. We can't forget that birth order is just one part of the puzzle. We also have our family environments, personal experiences that all shape who we are. Now, birth order just sets the stage, but it is how we play our roles that truly define our stories. And I'd like to leave you with this final thought by Pavel Minskenko. Understanding your personal history will explain your past, clarify your present, and liberate your future. Thank you.
I can tell you, you defined an only child spot on. And I know if I did have siblings, I would still choose to be an only child. Next up, we have Jamie Bell-Bergen, who is a longtime friend of mine and has been on this journey for 4 years at Red and Yellow. And yeah, sure, the time has come for it. And yeah, the stage is yours.
Hi there. My name is James, as you guys have heard previously. But today I would like to tell everybody a personal and informative journey and take everybody on this journey into the gut. So my goal for this talk today is to just try get one person to change their perception of a diet and hopefully their life. You are what you eat after all. So imagine waking up one day to realize that the secret to your happiness is not in your brain or your head, but it's actually in your stomach. So much so that 95% of serotonin that is produced in your body is actually produced in your gut. When I read this fact, I thought that everyone knew this. I thought that if everyone knew this, it would completely change the way that people eat, think, and act, essentially changing the world that we live in today. So the gut microbiome is often referred to as our second brain. Have any of you guys had a gut feeling? I know I have, and sometimes I've trusted my gut more than my brain, especially in retrospect when I've neglected what I've felt in my gut. But the gut feeling is not just a metaphor. Our gut actually houses over 100 million neurons within it, which is almost as much as our spinal cord. Studies have proven that an imbalance in microbiome can lead to mental illness. I had a huge turning point in my life a few years ago where I suffered from some serious mental health issues. I tried everything: therapy, medication, even meditation, but nothing really seemed to be the long term solution for me to feel like myself again. Until I had a look at what I was and was not putting into my body. Only then did I start to understand what I truly was missing out on. I'm sure everyone here is quite aware with this conventional food pyramid that we all learn in the dreaded LO classes. From a young age, the schooling system teaches us that the staple to any meal should be carbohydrates like bread, wheat, and grains. But the latest gut biome science shows that we should actually turn this thing on its head. This is what I think we should learn at school instead. I call it the pyramid of health. As you can see, the vegetables and fruits are at the bottom, meaning that we should be consuming most of those in every single meal, and it should be the staple. And the carbs are pretty much at the top, which means they should be a small part of what we eat. This way of eating is so much more beneficial for your physical and mental health, but here's why. After some more research into this topic, I discovered something that absolutely blew my mind. It's called the vagus nerve, and no, it's not from the place in America, but it actually comes from the Latin word for wandering, which reflects its long and meandering path all the way from the top of the head to the stomach. This nerve communicates from the gut to the brain through this bidirectional highway of information. Basically, if our gut is unhealthy, it'll tell our brain all about it, resulting in anxiety and even depression. There is so much that is still not understood about this vagus nerve, and research is still being conducted on this. So I could do a whole nother, probably more than 10-minute presentation just on this topic, but we're talking about eating healthy. So here's a fun fact for you guys. Did you know that 75% of the calories in a typical grocery store comes from just 3 foods? Those 3 foods are wheat, corn, and soy. So these are often ultra processed and they lack the diversity that our guts crave. So what should we be focusing on? Diversity. Studies show that we should aim to consume at least 30 different variants of plants every week. And it's as simple as this: fruits, vegetables, whole grains, mushrooms, and legumes, also known as beans. These are the five main food groups that you should be adding to your diet and your meals every single day. And if you do this, your vagus nerve will thank you. So what if I told you that the cure to your mental health wasn't in any overpriced pharmaceuticals, but could actually be sitting right in your kitchen pantry? This is what my turning point looked like when I discovered the gut biome and its relationship to mental health. As you can see, I went into my calorie gallery. Is Yetta. It's inspiration from her. And I found these Jamie Oliver-esque meals that I was super proud of, so I took a photo. But these all included the really good good gut foods. And after eating this for about even a week, I started to notice the difference, and I realized how sensitive my body is personally to a significant shift in diet. But this wasn't enough. I learned that exercise plays a huge role in the microbial diversity. I was lucky enough to discover fitness quite early on in my life. A good friend of mine introduced me to the gym when we were about 16 years old. He went for a personal training session and decided to show me one or two things about the gym. And after a few sessions, I fell in love with the weights. Now that I think about it, the KFC that we got after our sessions on Fridays probably played quite a big part in the love story. But then our relationship got a little bit bigger. I started going on dates with the weights. As you can see, I also started cheating on my weightlifting by engaging in a lot of different hobbies like surfing, skateboarding, hiking, and even dancing for cardio, of course. But seriously, I learned that exercise plays such a huge role in changing your gut biome. An example of this is rugby players have a certain microbe in their gut that actually helps with inflammation. And marathon runners have a certain microbe in their gut that help with getting lactic acid to be released or get not released. It helps with lactic acid. But this not only made me feel so much stronger, but it actually, my mental health had never felt better in my life. I also chose a diet of abundance. So I actually added more goodness instead of restricting what I ate. So the typical diet, you think you should be like taking stuff away, but actually you should be adding so much more. And this is what you should be adding. You should be eating more fiber-rich foods, like those 5 things that I mentioned earlier. Fruits, vegetables, legumes, mushrooms, whole grains, all of that good stuff. You should also be actually trying to include fermented foods into your diet. Things like sauerkraut, apple cider vinegar shots, and yogurt, they actually boost your gut bacteria. You should also limit processed foods like KFC, but also like reduce sugary snacks that disrupt your microbiome. And finally, you should be practicing mindful eating by focusing on diversity. Try see in a week if you can reach that 30 different plant variants. But wait, I've got a final tip for you guys. This one I've been practicing and using pretty much every single day, and it's completely changed the game for me. My family actually have been pretty into this, or my mom mainly, who preaches to us. And she says that it's a super important thing for the last year to do this. The order in which you eat your food actually affects your mood. So focusing on eating vegetables first, then your proteins, and then you can treat yourself to the carbohydrates like the chips and all that good stuff will actually make you feel so much less bloated. And by doing this, it will actually curb the insulin spike that you receive from eating this food by up to 50%. This regulates your mood, and in turn, it improves your mental health. Another crazy thing is that it'll actually also stop the calories from converting straight into fat if you do it in this way. So next time you have a plate of food in front of you, think about what you're going to eat first and enjoy. Food is not fuel, it's also medicine. It's your gut, it's your choice, but just imagine how your life could change with a happier and healthier gut. Thank you.
Jamie, you can be proud of yourself, bro. That was really, really good. Sure, guys, we have reached our final speech of this morning in the session, and it will be presented by a girl with many talents, from basketball to creative thinking. There's no doubt she is as authentic as you can get. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tulu Yiku. Well done.
Good morning, Good morning, everyone. I'm Kulumango. Okay, cool. So today I want to speak about the power of being idle. In a world where the word busy, staying busy, and continuously striving to be busy are worn as badges of honor, we've come to equate productivity with value. We measure success by how many projects we complete, how many tasks we check off, and how full our schedules are. But what if I told you that doing absolutely nothing, that is, being idle, could be more productive and a more powerful thing for you to do? What if the greatest ideas, the deepest insight, and the most powerful thinking you can achieve is from doing less rather than doing more? Sorry. In the next few minutes, I want to show you that the key to unlocking your full potential may lie not in constant motion, but embracing stillness. We're constantly told the more we work, the more we'll achieve. The world pushes us to keep achieving our goals and to keep moving. But here's the problem. In this relentless pursuit of more, are we actually losing something important? Something that could be the very thing that we need to unlock our clarity and even our deepest sense of fulfillment. What if the most revolutionary thing you guys can do right now is nothing? Stay with me. Oh. Today, I want to speak about the often overlooked power of idleness, the value of stepping back, relaxing, taking a breath, and stepping away. So, upon Googling the definition of idleness, I got these three definitions. The first one being avoiding work and being lazy, which I completely disagree. The second being without purpose or effect. And then the last one, spending time doing nothing, which is what I resonate with most and what I want to lead with today. Okay. Why does this matter? I'm here to argue that idleness isn't laziness. It's not wasting time and it's not regressive. Idleness is essential. It's essential to the creative process. It's a powerful tool for self reflection and a key to unlocking our full potential. When we allow ourselves to be still and to do nothing, we give our minds space to process, to innovate, and to connect ideas in ways we might not have otherwise. Idleness is an investment into our mental health, our creative health, and our physical health. I came to appreciate idleness in a time where I felt I needed to be most productive. The final year, second semester, we all know how crazy second semester is. Final research project. I'm preparing to go to national champs for basketball. I'm trying to, solidify all these friendships before we move on in the world, while trying to grow as a person and ensuring I'm being a good daughter and preparing my life for the next stage. Second semester is hell, guys. So I really experienced burnout. I was not resting. After lectures, tests, I'm going to training. After training, it's a birthday. After birthday, I need to see my mom. I need to see my family. I just had no time for myself. And as an adult, while you grow up, you don't really know how to prioritize time for yourself. So I, as you all do, had some advice from my therapist, and she said, "You're going to listen to me. You're going to pack your bags. You're going to call your mom. You're not going to take your laptop. You're not going to take your books. You're going to go home." Luckily, I studied in Cape Town and lived in Cape Town, so my mom could come get me, and I went home. I went home for the night. I left all my books at Ray's, and I even told my therapist, "Well, can't I go to basketball? That clears my mind." She's like, "No, you're not doing any sport. You're going home and you're going to do nothing." I went home. My mom cooked a lovely meal for me. We watched our favorite soapies, and I relaxed. I came back the next day to Ray's, and my problems didn't disappear. I still had them, but taking this tip into my adult life, I've tried to just find the time to be quiet, find the time to be still, and just really draw myself to myself. So one of the benefits I want to highlight to you guys about being idle is that it heightens decision making. Because you receive mental clarity, you're able to introspect and come up with intuitive and informed perspectives and decisions. The next is it propels creativity. Because you get cognitive rest, you get space for new ideas and your daydreams transform into beautiful innovations. The last is that idleness provides mental well-being. It gives you time to relax. You suddenly realize, wow, I haven't baked in a while. I haven't written in a while. And you realize you get the time to rekindle all your past hobbies. And lastly, it's a window for self-improvement. As you're spending time by yourself, being still, this is the time where you have the space to receive all the insights about the improvements you can make in your life. When you're not being idle, these are some of the things that we face. We all know about burnout and exhaustion, lack of focus, emotional distress, and the challenge of prioritizing, as well as lack of self-improvement and reduced creativity. Andrew Smart said it best. The autopilot knows where you really want to go and what you really want to do. But the only way to find out what your autopilot knows is to stop flying the plane and let your autopilot guide you. Just as pilots become dangerously fatigued while flying airplanes manually, all of us need to take a break and let our autopilot fly our planes most of the time. So when we speak about idleness, I'm sure a lot of you are like, well, what am I going to do? I can't just do nothing. But unless you set that time aside, you'll see what can be revealed to you. We think that this is a foreign concept, but it's not. Ancient Greek philosophers valued idle time for thinking and personal growth. Albert Einstein took long walks, and he credited that for one of his biggest insights. J.K. Rowling developed the idea for Harry Potter on an idle train from Manchester to London, where she let her mind wander. So, as we can see in these past civilizations, idleness was valued for aiding productivity, aiding personal growth, presence in relationships, and restoring physical health. Before I leave you, I want to give you a few tips just in case you don't know where to start with your journey. I would suggest the first thing is to organize your life. You can't be idle and stressed, so send that email, submit that project, send that message. Clean up your space, take care of your space. The next thing I'd say is to allocate time in your schedule for being idle. If you can schedule a meeting, you can go to the gym, if you can attend a birthday party, you can schedule time, whether it's 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour, to be idle and still. The next is to disconnect from your devices. This way, you disconnect from the noise of the outside world. The next is to practice mindfulness. Learn how to say no, set up your boundaries. Spend time in nature, and the most important is to let go of the guilt. You're not missing out if you're tired. Lastly, Albert Einstein said the monotony of solitude of a quiet life stimulates the creative mind. So spend time in idleness, and you may see what could be revealed to you. Thank you.
Sure, and just like that, we are done our first session. Thank you all for joining us today. If you would like to go refill your coffees and stuff, please make your way upstairs. And for the speakers to just join us at the back for a quick pick for the men's. And yeah, thank you for all coming, guys. We really appreciate it.
In the world of business, fame often appears to be an easy ticket to success, but having a name doesn't guarantee a brand's longevity or credibility. So today we'll explore this notion through. In the world of business, fame often appears to be an easy ticket to success, but having a in the world of business, fame often appears.
Tasting. Okay. Like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Hello, everyone. You guys ready? Let's go.
Yeah, that's perfect. It's like, yeah, it's like that. It actually does feel.
Mic check.
Good, looks like that. See, it's underneath there.
So I put it completely off last week, not just me. You know. Okay, I can hear you on now. Can hear it. Okay. Okay, guys, so welcome to Mac Live session number 2. For those of you joining us for the first time, welcome. And for those of you rejoining us, welcome back. It's incredible to see so many familiar faces and fresh faces here today. A huge thank you for coming out and supporting our amazing speakers, and also for those tuning in online. So before we dive in, just a quick reminder, keep bathroom breaks to a minimum, phones on silent, and guys, most importantly, have fun and support our fantastic speakers. This session today is all about navigating and exploring life, how to not just live life, but truly to live with it. How do we sift through endless misinformation, face life's challenges, and make meaningful choices? And what can a hike up the Drakensberg teach us about resilience through it all? Stick around to find out. So first, starting off, we have Jess Keaton, diving into the psychology of resilience. Jess, you've been such a great inspiration this year because she's gone through so much, but she has always stayed true to herself, and with her can-do attitude, you've inspired me, and I know you'll inspire everyone here. Please give it up for our first speaker. Round of applause for kicking it off with a bang.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very excited to speak to you about something that has deeply shaped my life, resilience. The theme of my talk is Beyond Survival, the Power of Resilience for Life. And what I'll share with you is not just a concept I've studied or learned about in textbooks, but something I've lived through, especially this year. So to start off, what is resilience? Well, according to APA, resilience is the process of an outcome of successfully adapting to difficult or challenging life experiences, especially through mental, emotional, and behavioral flexibility and adjustment to internal and external demands. But what does this really mean? We all face challenges, whether personal, professional, or societal, but it's in how we handle these challenges that we unlock the true power of resilience. Resilience is the ability to adapt and recover quickly from adversity, challenges, and traumas. It's bouncing back from setbacks and maintaining a positive mindset and continuing to move forward. It's not about avoiding stress or hardship, but rather how effectively a person can cope. With that being said, 50 to 70% of the global population have the ability to be resilient when faced with hardships. But I've conveniently underlined ability because this is a key word. Sure, most of us have the ability to be resilient, but it takes a lot of personal courage and strength to practice it every day. So, what happens when resilience is lacking? Well, we might find ourselves stuck, overwhelmed, or burnt out. When we're in survival mode, we're simply just trying to get by and to make it through. And while survival is important, it's not sustainable. Without resilience, stress can build up, and we may struggle to find joy or purpose in our lives. We can feel like we're just going through the motions, unable to truly thrive or grow, and that is no way to live. We are faced with numerous challenges that test our resilience every single day, whether it's our rapidly changing world, the pressures and stress of adulthood, or the global and climate crises happening all around us. So, what are the benefits of being resilient? Well, resilience helps you manage stress, cope with adversity, and prevent burnout. By staying mentally strong, you can maintain emotional balance even during tough times. Resilience empowers you to turn obstacles into opportunities. It's the difference between merely enduring life's battles and living a fulfilling life with purpose and growth. Being resilient protects your mental and emotional well being. It helps you thrive and not just survive. It strengthens relationships and aids in achieving one's dreams. So how the hell do we shift from surviving to thriving? Well, I've learned there's a major difference between simply surviving and truly thriving. Survival is reactive, while thriving is proactive. It's about developing tools to not only endure life's challenges, but to learn from them and come out stronger. Thriving means tapping into our inner strength, embracing our vulnerabilities, and finding ways to grow even in the most difficult of times. As mentioned, thriving is proactive, and when resilience is used as a tool, you can achieve great things. Proactive resilience means developing healthy habits that support growth, such as maintaining a positive mindset, setting goals, and cultivating a strong support system. It's about anticipating setbacks as a part of life's journey and using these tools to adapt and overcome. With this proactive approach, resilience becomes the driver of success, helping you push through challenges to seize opportunity. So thriving is about looking at hardship not as something to endure, but as an opportunity to transform. So, to give you an idea of the components of resilience, because resilience is multifaceted and most definitely not a one-size-fits-all solution. To start, emotional regulation, the ability to manage our emotions in the face of adversity. Self-awareness, understanding your strengths and weaknesses. Social connections, building a strong network that lifts you up. Purpose, having a clear sense of meaning and direction in your life. And lastly, adaptability, having the flexibility to adjust to life's challenges. So the recipe for optimal resilience: a cup of mindfulness, a quarter cup of setting goals, 2/3 of a cup reaching out for support, and 4 cups of cultivating optimism. Combine and bake from anywhere between several months to a couple of years. Because building resilience is a lifelong process. It doesn't happen overnight, unfortunately, but it's something we can actively work on. We can practice mindfulness, set realistic goals that break big challenges into smaller, manageable steps, reach out for support because no one is supposed to face adversity alone, and cultivate optimism by looking for opportunities of growth even in the darkest moments. So what makes me qualified to stand up here in front of all of you and tell you why you should leave this room today practicing resilience? Well, to start, I've got a degree in psychology, and although that doesn't make me a psychologist, it does mean I have a slightly deeper understanding of why it's so important to practice resilience. But most importantly, or should I say most realistically, I've been through some shit. So please bear with me while I get through the next couple of slides. The truth is, resilience isn't just something we read about in books. It's a lived experience. This year, I faced the greatest challenge of my life with the passing of my father, and shortly after, my grandmother. Both losses were a shock and deeply painful. And although I've always considered myself a resilient person, someone who could handle adversity, this year tested me in ways I never anticipated. I found myself asking, how do I keep going? What's the point? But it was through leaning into the very tools of resilience I'm sharing with you today that I've managed to stand up here on the stage right now. I found strength in my friends, in my family, friends who became family, and in the lessons I've learned from those who've passed. Even in the most painful moments, I found new sources of meaning, new ways to adapt to grief, and new ways to honor their legacies. This year's journey with grief showed me that resilience isn't about avoiding or suppressing pain. It's about accepting it, feeling it, and rising above it. I've learned that resilience means being vulnerable, which I'm not very good at, asking for help when needed, and embracing the messiness of life. What's most important is that through my grief, I discovered a deeper connection to the people I love, and I found a renewed sense of purpose in how I live my life each day. So, what I've learned from Batman, and I know I had to put up a little reference here because not most of you would understand the connection, but in 1989, the actor who played Batman was named Michael Keaton, and my father's name was Michael Keaton. Slight difference in the spelling, though, important difference. So as I stand before you today, I want to leave you with something I witnessed and learned from Batman. Resilience isn't something you either have or don't. It's something you cultivate, something you build. It's about having the courage to face life's toughest challenges and rising above them. Through my own grief, I've learned that resilience isn't bouncing back to who you were. It's about evolving and finding strength in adversity and thriving despite the pain. So, as you face your own challenges, I please encourage you to look beyond survival. Choose to thrive, choose to grow, and choose to live life fully. You have the power to build resilience in your own life and unlock a strength or superpower you may never have known you had. Thank you.
Sure. Um, Jess, that was amazing. And thank you for sharing your story. And I think this just made me realize again how sometimes we need a break to grow back stronger again. And let's just give her another round of applause. Thank you, Jess. So next up we have Hannah. And I truly hope Hannah is not here to tell us about actually breaking her back or something on climbing a mountain, because she will be telling us about her unforgettable adventure at the Drakensberg today. And who knows, maybe she'll actually even convince me to go hiking, because guys, it's not in my genes. But let's give her a round of applause. Hannah.
Good morning, Da, Melissa, friends, parents, and of course, a special shout out goes to my mom, who came all the way from KwaZulu-Natal to support me today. Hi, Mom. If I had to be completely honest with you, when I first heard that we're going to be doing a massive presentation at the end of the year known as Mac Live, never mind a 10-minute individual presentation, as most of you know, I struggle with public speaking. My insides did a complete 360 flip inside my stomach. So standing in front of you today, completely shaking to my core, I'm going to share with you how my first overnight hike to Halangwenya Cave in southern Drakensberg taught me about moving from fear to freedom, which is my topic for this morning. Let's rewind to 2020, where it all began. Some friends of mine who are now amongst my closest reached out to me to go on a 2-day hiking trip. I was told we'd be covering 26 kilometers in total. Sounds like a walk in the park, right? At the time, I wasn't the most physically active individual and struggled with extremely low self-confidence. But I figured, why not? What's there to lose? So I packed my bags and set out on a journey that would soon change me. After a long but scenic drive, we finally reached our base camp. We unloaded our backpacks, strapped them onto our backs, and began our hike. Along the way, we came across the Ngwenya pools. Naturally, we slipped off our shoes and waded through the refreshing water. It had been a very long day of hiking. Actually, come to think of it, it was only about an hour. But as the hike continued, things started to get real and we hit a steep climb. Not so great for me, as Cardi and I weren't exactly the greatest of friends back then. But as we continued to climb, I realized just how far we had come and continued to press on. Though my heart was pounding, my legs were shaking, and I was gasping for air, and that was only just the beginning. When we reached the top, the view took my breath away. We were greeted by the sight of Pinnacle Rock, with eland and reedbuck grazing freely around us. No words can describe how truly beautiful that sight was. The peace and freedom I felt while standing in awe of this magnificent view was something I'd never felt before. My self-doubt slowly started fading away, and I realized if I decided to turn back, I would have missed out on this great opportunity to experience this kind of freedom. Finally, to cut a long story short, we reached the Halangwenya cave, our home for the night. It was rustic. Let's just put it that way, it was rustic. Picture a 5-star hotel room without any stars or any cell signal for that matter. There on the cave walls, we saw Bushman paintings, a surreal reminder of people who had gone before us, leaving their mark. It felt humbling, as though we were stepping into a story that was much greater than our own. That night, as I lay in my sleeping bag, the self-doubt that usually seems so powerful seemed small and distant. I realized that the only thing keeping me in my little bubble of safety was my own mind. I just needed the courage to push through it. Lying there, I could feel the boundaries of my comfort zone stretching. But after a long and rewarding day of hiking, I was finally experiencing what it was like to live beyond those limits. Now, reflecting on that hike many years later, I began wondering, why is it so hard to step outside of our comfort zone? So let's unpack this question for a second. We all have this little bubble of safety, which feels familiar, predictable, and protects us from the unknown. But here's the interesting part about these bubbles. They limit us. It's in these bubbles we're protected from the feelings of, well, the potential risk of failing, but it also holds us back from challenging ourselves and trying something new. So we stick to what's familiar. No judgment here. It's just that through that first hike, it gave me a little perspective on what it's like to get comfortable with discomfort. But what holds us back, you ask? Think about it for a second. It's fear. Fear holds us back. The fear of trying something new and failing. The fear of getting rejected. Ultimately, we fear the uncertainty of an outcome. And then we begin to doubt ourselves. So how do we go out of our comfort zone, confront these fears, and move into the growth zone? Well, I recently came across a study that examines how people feel before and after going out of their comfort zone. At first, 41% of the participants reported feeling fearful of trying something new. But once they took that leap of faith and stepped out, 70% of them reported feeling brave. One thing that I've realized after reflecting on my first overnight hike all those years ago, it taught me that some of life's greatest rewards lie beyond our comfort zone. It showed me that if we find the courage to face our fears head on, we discover that life outside of our bubble isn't as scary as what our minds create it to be. This reminded me of my own experience. Pushing past the fear, the discomfort, and the self-doubt made me feel courageous that I'd won the battle against my mind. That hike didn't just leave me with new memories, but it gave me the sense of confidence I could carry through into other areas of my life. Stepping out of your comfort zone takes an immense amount of courage to face those fears head on and move forward despite them. Sure, fear is a very natural response. But pushing past it when everything is screaming inside of you to just stop and go back to what's familiar, we learn to discover a new version of ourselves who's bold enough to step out and embrace the confidence to face our fears. And with new experiences, we break down more of that little bubble by gaining the freedom we need to discover our true potential. So what did I learn from that journey? First, I learned that we all have more than enough courage within us to confront our fears. It just needs the right push to the surface. Second, I discovered that discomfort isn't something to avoid, it's something to embrace. The more I hiked, the more I grew comfortable with being uncomfortable, whether that meant waking up with a rock in my back, dealing with the cold night air, or pushing through a steep climb. And eventually, I realized that these challenges were exactly what made the experience so meaningful. I also learned that fear loses its power when we face it head on. Fear often feels overwhelming, but when you're out there, step by step, it starts to fade and confidence takes its place. And the best part, each time we face fear, we grow a little more. And we take that confidence and courage in with us into the next challenge and the next one after that. To bring this all together, I want to leave you with this. Every one of us has a Halangwenya cave out there. For me, it was that first hike, but for you, it might be something entirely different. Whatever it is, I encourage you to take that leap. Step out of your comfort zone. Go beyond the limits of that bubble. Yes, you'll face discomfort. Yes, it'll be challenging, but the freedom, the growth, and the self-discovery waiting on the other side are worth every bit of it. So the next time you're faced with an opportunity that scares you a little, remember that fear is only a stepping stone to living in freedom. As Sir Edmund Hillary, who was one of the first people to climb Mount Everest, said, "It's not the mountain we conquer, but ourselves." Thank you.
Sure. Thanks so much for that, Hannah. And I almost felt like you were directly speaking to me today because I had a friend asking me if I want to go climb Table Mountain. And I was like, listen, I'm scared of heights. It's not going to work. So today you've given me the courage to climb, and I thank you for that. So next up, we have Emma, who is a true social butterfly with a passion for exploring the world. From stamps to snaps, she's here to share a travel guide through the years. I know, Emma, that you've got big travel plans for next year in Aspen, so I'm excited to hear about your love for travel. And please, if your bag is big enough, take me with. Ladies and gentlemen, Emma, take it away.
Firstly, I want to say thank you for everyone and for coming to watch, especially to my mum for matching me today as well. It wasn't planned. And to everyone online, my friends and family, I hope you enjoy this. Just last night, I got back from Australia. Wow, it was amazing. I snorkeled the Great Barrier Reef. I avoided the deathly spiders and even saw Coldplay perform live. I'm sure you're all curious to know how I'm speaking to you today and not severely jet lagged. Well, instead of practicing the speech, I traveled the Gold Coast, Victoria, and Melbourne. All on TikTok from the comfort of my digs in Cape Town. I'm telling you all of my latest adventure because anyone else with a high Instagram and TikTok screen time can agree. Nowadays, it feels as though we can travel through our phones. Social media has given me a serious case of the travel bug, but my love for travel has been long present before my mom let me get an Instagram account. So let me be your travel guide as a student through a world that has seen a lot of technological change. I'll briefly explain where this love for travel developed. I'm a born and bred Joburg girl. The closest I get to a mountain range is the Melville Kuppies. And if I'm feeling really adventurous, an alternative to a beach day is the Vaal River. Although life wasn't so bad back then, and I quickly grew up. Thankfully, I stopped stuffing my bras with socks and concentrated that enthusiasm on the hockey field. But my December holidays are what I truly counted down the days for. At the time, life couldn't get much better. Jetting off to St. Francis Bay for December with Billy's Beach lined up for my New Year celebration. That was all until I saw the white sand beaches in Zanzibar and the 3 cheetahs lying under a tree in the Serengeti. Turns out the world is a bit bigger than St. Francis. Through the years, I slowly made my way to Europe, seeing London and Paris, then later heading the States, New York, California, Arizona, and a notable mention to Las Vegas. Despite me being 15 years old, on a school water polo tour, with an allowance controlled by our coaches, I can truly say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Just kidding. The closest we got to casino was trying not to get scammed in the airport, trading our rands to dollars. In 2020, the world hit a standstill, and what we knew as normal became a world with virtual realities and social distancing. COVID 19 not only changed our perception of normal, but it put a restraint on travel for some time, where people were instructed to be isolated at home and needed necessary documentation to travel anywhere. While traveling was the least of many families' concerns during the pandemic, the world was closed off to the possibility of traveling new places. Once these restrictions were lifted, many people viewed the world in a completely different way. The idea that life is too short was stressed, so people started booking their flights. With traveling becoming fluent again, many weird and wonderful trends started to arise, traveling like a local being one. The idea that nothing is worse than being seen as a tourist. So one pretends to be an expert in a place they likely know not a lot about. I personally was humbled in Paris. I attempted to greet the waiter in French at a little cafe. I can confirm he saw straight through my efforts to blend in, and this resulted in a complimentary skiff. Not sure if anyone else has had a similar experience, but it might just be better to accept we are foreigners. Choosing your travel and location is also seen to be outdated these days. A growing trend revolves around the likes of sporting games and concerts, known as gig tripping. People have started basing their travels on a major event happening anywhere around the world. The idea is to choose your occasion, whether it be following Charles Leclerc in the Formula One circuit or desperately wanting to see Taylor Swift perform. The destination is not what gets people on the plane, but rather the love for something else. This trend of planning a holiday on occasion adds excitement, as you're forced to make the most of whatever country you land up in. It's clear that people are making up for lost time, and as much as COVID 19 was restrictive and devastating, it resulted in options that revolutionized travel in the recent years. The rise of remote working has opened up numerous possibilities to people around the world. People are no longer held back by traditional office spaces, but can rather blend leisure and business interchangeably, a trend known as bleisure. The flexibility and freedom empowers people to live and work from anywhere. If it's a bustling city center or a beachside apartment, platforms like Zoom and Google Teams enable this lifestyle, whether it be your one work from home day or a trip you're wanting to take with some work on the side. It's a key player in the evolution of modern day travel. To explore all the new trends surfacing would take me all 3 sessions today, so let me rather quote the lecturers and carve the elephant. Trends have come and gone, but my involvement in travel has only heightened. I guess with growing age and independence, I'm fortunate to make my own decisions now and not be as dependent on my parents. Through this change, I've become more aware of the logistics in travel: flights, accommodation, understanding that settling on the cheaper option might seem very tempting, especially when you are paying, but arriving back at home in one piece is still the priority. There's a lot that needs to be considered when traveling, and we might just have upgraded from taking our parents' and grandparents' travel stories from back in the day as our trip advisor. So let me introduce your new, slightly trendier, sorry mom, travel agent. The Instagram post you saw earlier, the vlog posted by your favorite YouTube, or a bucket list short on TikTok. Social media is changing the game for travel. A recent study shows that 86% of social media users feel inspired to travel to a destination after seeing images of it on their feed. So this proves it. Our behavior and desires are being shaped by what we see online. Social media and the advancements in technology allow for a perfect platform to showcase international beauty. None of this would be possible without the accelerating advancements in technology. According to a Google travel study, 74% of people plan their entire trip online, as opposed to the remainder who use travel agents and other means. That number doesn't even seem that shocking to me, because when I think about it, our phones are like the Swiss Army knives for millennials: multi-tooled, versatile, and come in different sizes. This got me thinking of a trip I did last year, and I started realizing how heavily I relied on my own phone. Let me explain what I mean. I was privileged enough to be gifted a European holiday for my 21st birthday. A trip overseas, no parental figures, a limited birthday fund, but 6 of my best friends with me who were gifted the exact same present from their families. Excitement was an understatement, and it was up to us to plan everything. Thanking our phones, we were exposed to the city streets in Lisbon, surreal caves in the Algarve, crystal blue waters in Paros, and a booming nightlife in Eos. So it was decided we were heading to Portugal and Greece. Fast forward a few months and we landed in Humberto Delgado. After getting our bags and making our way to the exit, we pulled out Uber and organized our trip to the apartment we found on booking.com for the week. Success. We're in the car and admiring everything around us. Our very kind Uber driver then turned around and attempted asking us for confirmation about where we were heading. However, myself and my friend Hannah hadn't got very far with our Portuguese Duolingo streak, so we were a bit lost. Not to worry. After purchasing my eSIM on Maya, I switched on my data, pulled out Google Translated, and sorted. A few hours later, we had dropped our bags and were ready to hit the streets of Lisbon. After seeing friends post on Instagram from the previous year, we headed to the Pink Street. We made our way and ended up using the Lime scooters as our means of transport. After 80% of our group passed the sobriety test to use them, we followed directions on Waze and mostly made it there in one piece. The rest of the night, we walked on strips of bars and buzzing restaurants, meeting people from everywhere. After Apple Pay started declining the next round of Aperols, our first day in Portugal was a huge success, and it was time to call it a day. This was just a day's glance at our whole European tour, but there was a point to this. Can anyone guess in a quick overview how many times I would have been lost, stuck, or on my way back to South Africa if I hadn't used my phone? Nearly 10 times for different reasons in one day. After conducting my little experiment and revealing the dependency I had on technology and social media in one trip, it's evident it's the ultimate tool for travel. Digital innovations are being used as critical touch points to persuade travelers to choose a certain destination and evidently facilitate the entire process. However, this massive reliance on digital platforms is subtly a double-edged sword. I think most of us have been at fault to desperately wanting to visit a place based on the virality of it online, to the point where that little restaurant or street has created tunnel vision for us choosing that place. Tourist traps. These are well-known places or things that appear world famous, but often never live up to expectations. While they look like a dream online, they can tell a different story upon arrival. Places like the Hollywood Walk of Fame, Taj Mahal, and many other examples have fallen victim to sheer volumes of people, ridiculous prices, and queues that can ruin your entire day. Despite the beauty and symbolism these places represent, the unique and traditional values are slowly stripping away. Overrun with junk boats, vendors, litter from passing tourists, and damaging emissions from transportation, people are participating in a commercialized version of the experience, which maybe explains the saying, we shouldn't really believe everything we see online. Technology is a gift, but sometimes you need to disconnect to reconnect and possibly ask yourself, is your phone maybe doing more traveling than you? Which brings me to my last travel trend, what's known as the staycation, a personal favorite. This involves spending your holiday in your home country, making the most of local beauties around you and appreciating what's just a short trip away. Although I'm on my own mission to discover different continents and cultures, I must agree, local is lacquer. And what a better place to really test out this trend than in South Africa. We are privileged to live in one of the most dynamic and different spaces with so much to offer. The beaches, the big five, the food, near perfect weather, friendly people, and a rich history. So my tip to all of you is enjoy what's in front of you. And if you are privileged enough to embark on travels around the world, don't get caught up in the virality. You'll miss the naturally hidden gems. Quoting George Moore, who couldn't have summed it up better, a man travels the world in search of what he needs and returns home to find it. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing your journey, Emma, and all these beautiful experiences. It kind of made me think of a business idea for you on the spot because our next speaker has an Instagram feed that literally could be a travel guide. And so I think you guys should maybe come together and just make this happen, you know? So speaking about our next speaker, we have Jan and his wisdom and adventure knowledge, as well as being his own, our very own local DJ, has brought him to come and share an incredible message with us today, which is feel the frequency. Now, guys, you've probably seen this man at Pangaea or at the decks. Um, so clearly knows what he's speaking about. Let's hear what he has to say. Thank you, Jan.
How's it, everyone? Thanks, Michelle, for the introduction. Okay. So how do you define music when everything around us has a frequency? From the natural world to concrete jungles, it undeniably controls our minds and bodies. This rhythm is infectious, a never-ending dance through life. Each of us have a personal connection with music, and it plays a different role in every person's journey. Let's explore the origin of sound. Nature has been a source of inspiration for musicians throughout history. The rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, the roar of waterfalls. These natural sounds form a symphony that has influenced composers for centuries. Imagine ancient times when humans were closely connected to nature, using these natural sounds to create music that resonated with their environment. Instruments appeared early in human history, documented by the discovery of 40,000-year-old instruments, such as flutes made from bird bone and mammoth ivory, as well as remnants of ancient drums. The indigenous people of Australia have used the didgeridoo, an instrument mimicking the sounds of the bush, for over 1,000 years. Rain sticks are another example, instruments that bridge the gap between the human spirit and the natural world. Their rhythmic melodies evoke a sense of connection and serenity. Whether in the rhythmic heartbeat of tribal gatherings or as instruments calling for bountiful harvest and rainfall, the rain sticks symbolize a connection to the natural world and the forces that shape life. Apart from the elements, animals also form part of this natural symphony. We already know that spiders are genius builders, but new research shows that they could also be masterful musicians. Scientists at MIT are now able to detect music created from the silk of their delicate webs. This fascinating discovery underscores the deep and complex relationship between nature and music. Beluga whales are another incredible example of this relationship. Their vocalizations, often described as harmonious songs, are used to communicate and navigate through the vast oceans. Although some living organisms do not vocally produce music, today's technology allows us to still listen to their frequencies. The phenomenon called biodata sonification transforms bioelectronic signals into music. The tech works on any living organism, from flowers to apples to human beings. But it's the hypnotic tone of mushrooms that are currently spreading like wild spores. It's a beautiful practice of connecting and collaborating with nature. By blending natural sounds with music, we are evoking the beauty and tranquility of the natural world, fostering a deeper appreciation for the environment. The origins of sound therapy can be traced back to ancient civilizations of India and China. These cultures recognize the healing power of natural frequencies and incorporate them into their medical practices. For example, ancient Indian texts describe the use of sound to heal the body and mind. The Chinese also developed the practice of using gongs and bells to balance the body's energy. These ancient practices laid the foundation for modern sound therapy, which continues to explore the therapeutic effects of natural frequencies. Sometimes all you need is the sound of flowing water or wind rustling through trees to rejuvenate the soul. The music created by our natural world can work wonders. Its calming effect has the power to reduce stress, encourage relaxation, and improve overall mental health. All you need to do is step outside and listen. Music plays a crucial role in social cohesion and cultural identity. In ancient societies, music is often used in rituals and ceremonies to bring people together and strengthen communal bonds. Let's embark on a melodic journey that spans continents and cultures. Music is a universal language that knows no limits and carries stories, emotions, and history. The first on our list is the music tradition of the islands, from the islands of Indonesia, where mesmerizing sounds of gamelan echo through the lush beaches. The traditional combination of bronze beating instruments produce complex harmonies that transport music lovers to another domain. Sorry, just maybe bring up the volume a little bit for the next videos. Experience the thunderous beat of taiko, a Japanese music tradition in which drums vibrate through the air like beating hearts. The blend of discipline, power, and precision in taiko performances is proof of Japan's rich heritage. Hindustani classical music is a spiritual experience with complex ragas and masterful improvisations. It's a musical meditation that surpasses time. The music tradition has been practiced in India for centuries and continues to captivate the hearts of music lovers. The vibrant colors and rhythms of the Native American powwow are a celebration of heritage. These gatherings show drumming and dancing that honor ancestral music traditions. The rhythm and melody of music can create a sense of unity, which is evident in traditional African drumming circles, where the collective rhythm fosters a deep connection among participants. Music's ability to unite people is a testament to its powerful influence on human emotions and connections. Music's power to evoke nostalgia is undeniable. For many of us, certain songs become the soundtrack of our lives, tied to pivotal moments. Melodies and harmonies have the power to trigger strong emotions, evoking memories from past experiences. When we hear songs, we are instantly transported back to these times, evoking memories, forging a connection to the past while embracing the present. Family traditions and celebrations often have music at their heart, with songs handed down through generations that reinforce our sense of heritage and belonging. Each decade brings its own musical style and iconic hits, from the synth-pop anthems of the 80s to grunge and hip-hop of the 90s, uniting those who lived through these eras in shared nostalgia. Lyrics that touch on universal themes such as love, loss, and hope resonate deeply, making us feel understood and connected. Each of us have a personal connection with music, and it plays a different role in every person's journey. For me, music is part of my everyday life. When I'm sad, I listen to music. When I'm angry, I listen to music. And when I'm happy, you guessed it, I listen to music. Music makes me feel connected and disconnected. It excites me, calms me, confuses me, and inspires me. I've experienced the best moments of my life through music, moving and grooving, laughing and crying, and most of all, loving. It's everywhere, an undeniable frequency, a rhythm that guides you through the dance of life. Thank you.
Sure, Jan, I can't lie. I didn't know there were so many different ways to approach a rhythm. Once again, still on your business idea, I think the best thing here is to make a travel guide on cool places locally in Cape Town to experience rhythms like that. So next, we have Lelona that is not speaking about rhythms, but algorithms, because she's going to tell us. There we go. Sorry. So she's going to tell us a bit about being misinformed and uninformed, and just shine a little bit of light on this topic. And Ilona, you shine light just by smiling, and you make the world a better place with your smile. And so I'm so excited to come see how you are thinking of making the world a better place by helping us approach our information a bit better. Give it up to Lelona.
my gosh, guys, that almost made me cry. So today I'm going to talk about the impact of misinformation and how you should not fall for it. Firstly, I want to start off with me and talking about myself and just introducing you guys to who I am. So, firstly, I adore advertising. And as a kid, I've always seen adverts as something so interesting and fascinating. And now that I've done the AdMac course, I see that there's so much to it. It's more than just someone deciding how they're going to promote a product to the consumer. Secondly, I applied for AdMac super early, and by that I mean super late at 3 a.m. on the last day of applications. Um, it was super nerve-wracking, and I couldn't have it any other way because I'm so happy to be here. And thirdly, I'm a reasonable germaphobe. I always think about people touching surfaces without washing their hands, and it gives me anxiety, but I won't go into that. And lastly, I'm very, very passionate. Everyone that knows me knows that when I love something, you know, and when I don't, I really don't. So, there's just a difference between misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation is the unintentional spread of false or inaccurate information without malicious intent. And disinformation is misleading information designed, presented, and promoted to intentionally cause harm and public harm or profit. Sorry. So let's talk about misinformation. It has been pointed out as a major contribution to a number of controversial current events, such as the elections, referendums, and the response to COVID-19. The belief of misinformation not only leads to poor judgment and decision making, but it also has a long-term impact on people's reasoning, even after it has been rectified. So let's just put a quick scenario that we're all familiar with. You're scrolling through your feed, you come across a shocking headline that is simply too interesting to ignore, and you share it with your friends and family to create conversation around it. But later discover that it was a lie and it has been refuted by experts and professionals. However, there's a small voice in your head that tells you that there is still some truth to it. And this is called the continued influence effect. This is this is a psychological phenomenon where misinformation persists in our minds long after it has been debunked. So, this typical CIE experiment involves participants reading a fictitious news report presented as a series of successive statements, and a casual explanation through misinformation is then given as the outcome of the events. It is presented and then retracted. And an additional comprehension test is taken by the participants that later demonstrates that misinformation continues to influence memory and judgments even after the participants understand and remember the retraction. In a 1994 study, psychologists Johnson and Seifert used a fictitious warehouse fire to demonstrate this. Participants were informed that the fire was started by stored oil cans and paint cans, and they were later informed that this was false. But in follow-up questions, participants continued to associate the fire with the stored cans, meaning the initial misinformation remained in their minds. This just shows the nature of misinformation as more than just fake news. It is misconstrued information, unintentional lies that spread through word of mouth, media, and algorithms designed to grab our attention. Misinformation behaves like a stain in our cognitive fabric. Because our minds are wired to seek out logical narratives, misinformation frequently comes with compelling stories that fill in gaps in our understanding, making it difficult to let go of even when proven untrue. Not only is it inaccurate facts, but it has the potential to shape biases and prejudices that persist even when the truth has been disposed. So another example of the continued influence effect occurred in 2012 when a study falsely linked vaccinations to autism. Sorry. When parents fail to vaccinate their children, diseases reappear even though they were once eradicated, and public health suffers. Misinformation has an impact on how we vote, how we approach issues like climate change, and even how we respond to disasters. So, why do we fall for it? The human mind is a storytelling machine, and when we first hear misleading allegations, our minds form a narrative around it. If the claim is later corrected, we lose a portion of the story, but not the structure. So, debunking seems incomplete, creating a void that misinformation fills once again. Misinformation not only distorts facts, it poisons perceptions, promotes prejudice, and divides our society. And as individuals, we must confront misinformation at every opportunity, not only to write the record, but also to avoid the prejudice it leaves behind. Because the battle for truth is about more than just facts, it is about fairness, empathy, and understanding. And I just want to end off with a quote by a very wise man that I don't know. I really don't. He said, people's opinions aren't the same as facts. Always doubt, search multiple sources, and ask a sugar load of questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Lelona. And thank you for deciding to apply at 3 a.m. I don't know what my life would have been like if you didn't. So thank you. Shout out. I think the whole thing around misinformation is actually also so relevant to our next speaker, who's speaking about just because you have a name doesn't mean your business is going to succeed. So next up is Suzanne. She's a self-proclaimed girly girl from Cape Town who enjoys the finer things in life. Whether you're a girly now, whether you are a girly girl or not, we all do know Kylie Jenner, right? So Suzanne is here to tell us why her name doesn't necessarily guarantee her success. And from Kylie's revelations, we can see that lip fillers and the share of her company, all these things didn't always succeed. And she's going to tell us why. However, unfortunately, Suzanne can't join us today in person due to some unforeseen circumstances, but she's made an amazing recording that we're going to watch together. And she's watching online. So I was thinking if we could all, on 3, just shout, "Back you, Suzanne," so she knows that we are here, we're listening, and we're excited. So I'm going to count to 3, okay? Is everyone right? Okay, cool. 1, 2, 3. Back you, Suzanne! Cool. Thanks, guys, for that. So without further ado, Suzanne. There we go.
Fame often appears to be an easy ticket to success, but having a name doesn't
gonna just
guarantee
play
a
the-
brand's longevity or credibility. So today we'll explore this notion through the rise and fall of Kylie Jenner's cosmetics empire, Kylie Cosmetics, which illustrates how fame alone can't sustain if authenticity starts to slip. Kylie Jenner was born in 1997 to the Kardashian-Jenner family. Kylie first got her rise to fame through the reality show Keeping Up with the Kardashians, and by 2015, she had become a social media sensation and beauty influencer, particularly known for her signature lips. In 2015, Kylie decided to get lip fillers due to her insecurities, but she decided to keep it a secret. Leveraging her fame, she launched Kylie Cosmetics, a beauty brand that initially skyrocketed in success due to smart marketing and her massive online following. Kylie initially wanted to sell the idea that if you use her lip products, you will have lips that look like hers. So if I had to ask most people, what do they know Kylie Jenner for during this time? It would probably be for her lips. So if you think about it, it makes sense for her to create a brand revolving around her lips. So it's not something completely random like Shaquille O'Neal launching Shaq's sodas. So it was an intelligent extension of her personal brand and not the situation where a celebrity just slaps a name on a product and expects it to sell. Another great move from Kylie's marketing team was scarcity marketing. So they wanted consumers to have this desperate need for the lip kits and have the sensation of, I need to get these lip kits before they sell out. And this was done by stocking only 15,000 lip kits on the website when it first launched, and these lip kits sold out within 2 minutes. This created a second wave of free marketing, as many headlines described how fast the lip kits sold out and how crazy that was. So it's not just the initial publicity from the launch, but also the publicity from headlines describing how fast the product sold out. The third form of publicity revolved around the restocking of the items, once again reinforcing the desire of, I need these products. So you might be wondering, where did it all go wrong? So initially there was this atmosphere of authenticity that was created through the lip kits, and this being a creative pursuit for Kylie Jenner. And the idea that it was actually filling a need in the beauty community. There was this huge frenzy around Kylie Jenner's lips that developed into the Kylie Jenner lip challenge. And essentially, this was where people sucked on cups until their lips swelled up and they'd have the swollen lips like Kylie. And it got to the extent where people were hospitalized due to putting their mouths on their shot glasses or vacuum cleaners, and the shot glasses would break on their mouths. And it got so out of hand to the extent where Kylie had to admit to getting lip fillers. And when that happened, all the news outlets were talking about all the ethical issues, where you're essentially selling a product to young girls saying, use this and you'll look like Kylie Jenner, which was at the heart of the product offering, which is unachievable if you don't get plastic surgery like Kylie Jenner did. A couple of years later, Kylie makes another mistake. So the entire brand is Kylie Jenner, and she ends up selling 51% of her shares for 600 million rand to an unnamed business. So it's like you have your core group of people who support this individual, and then they find out that the individual doesn't own the company anymore, and it's now owned by this other unnamed big brand. So the original reason as to why people were buying the products is now gone, which essentially does affect the authenticity of the brand. The authenticity of the brand also took another knock when Forbes released an article declaring Kylie Jenner as the youngest self-made billionaire, which caused a huge stir, as a lot of people had a problem with Kylie being labeled as a self-made billionaire. As most people know, she got her rise to fame from keeping up with the Kardashians. This further negatively affects Kylie's personal brand because Forbes released a statement saying that Kylie artificially altered her net worth, sales of the company, and their tax receipts to paint the company as more successful than what it actually was. So it's interesting to see these massive companies like Kylie Jenner Cosmetics take a knock and fall due to the lack of authenticity. Furthermore, everyone was under the impression that Kylie had her own makeup factory that made her makeup, like how Willy Wonka has a chocolate factory where he makes his own chocolate. But no, Kylie was using ColourPop cosmetics manufacturers to create her makeup products, and people started realizing that her products were very, very similar to ColourPop's. So people started to realize that Kylie Cosmetics had in fact turned into a brand where a celebrity just slaps their name on a product and calls it a day. Again, this negatively affects the brand's authenticity and furthermore results in a lack of sales. More recently, more celebrities have launched makeup brands, creating more competition, such as REM Beauty by Ariana Grande, Rare Beauty by Selena Gomez, and Fenty Beauty by Rihanna. From the get-go, the mentioned brands have created more of an authentic feel, and due to Kylie's past scandals, she's not able to compete. Kylie's story illustrates that fame alone can't sustain a business. Authenticity, transparency, and maintaining control over a personal brand are essential elements for long-term success. Without them, even a brand launched by a household name can struggle to stay relevant in the face of growing competition. Thank you.
Sure. So, yes. Okay, yeah, sorry, just had a new development. So, last session is not going to happen right now, but just finishing it off. Firstly, I want to know before we end who actually did do that Jenner lip challenge. Hands up. Come on, I can't, surely, guys. Okay, you guys are real. Yeta, I see you. You're real. There we go. No, literally. Um, so, guys, just thank you so much for coming. And it's been amazing. We've taken a journey through snaps and stamps and rhythm and culture and algorithms. And I think we've all been enriched as a result. So, we're going to end off the session now. We're going to have a quick break. You're welcome to go to the bathroom or have a coffee and just chat. And, guys, once again, thank you so much for coming. It's been great. Sorry, back. Okay, yeah, and then just next session is at 1. So we have a lacquer break.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the afternoon session, the first afternoon session, session 3. I'm your host, Christopher Mullen, and quite simply, I cannot wait to showcase these speakers to you. We have an excellent, exceptional lineup for all of you today. So just a quick note, it's actually quite a privilege to MC today because it's also the 30th birthday for Red and Yellow. So 30 years of Red and Yellow being a great institution, and yeah, we are the 30th year doing this Mac Live. So another round of applause, please, for Red and Yellow. So then quickly, just some housekeeping rules. Make sure your phones are turned off and on silent. And if you want to go to the bathroom for anything, please wait until the speaker is finished. And if you come back in, same thing applies. Anyways, let's kick this session off. So our first speaker lives on the Cape Town Promenade, keeping social, being with friends. And she is a Zara fanatic. So our first speaker for this afternoon session, I welcome to the stage, Tegan Rue.
Thank you so much, Tristan, for that intro. I think we can all agree that could have been much worse. So let's be real. We all love socializing one way or another. But did you know that socializing can actually aid to you living a longer, happier, and healthier life? So I bet I have your attention now. I'm pretty certain that there are very few people on this earth who love socializing as much as I do, or actually just soaking up the buzz of others. So you can imagine my shock and sheer delight when I realized that this stuff is actually good for me. So growing up with a doctor dad went a little like this. Every Friday, like clockwork, he would hit me with, Tiggy, what about just relaxing for once this weekend? It would be so good for you and set you up for the new week. Well, spoiler alert, luckily for my health, I didn't listen. Sorry, Dad. So, here's the thing. My love for people isn't just another personality quirk. It's now my most validated superpower. Socializing doesn't just make you happy, it actually keeps you healthy. Wow, who would have thought? So I'm going to let you in on this new secret weapon today. Let's dive into the longest running study on Earth concerning happiness. Harvard's 85-year marathon research project, tracking hundreds of people all the way from their teenage years to their old age, just to unlock one question. What makes us as humans truly happy and healthy? You'd think it's fame or maybe stacks of cash, right? Well, no. It's all about finding your key to happiness. And, well, it looks like we all share this mutual key, which is relationships, aka social fitness. And yes, plain old human connection with those around you. So let's talk about social fitness, your brand new secret weapon for achieving happiness. It seems a bit obvious to us extroverts, am I right? So picture this. Social fitness is like taking a trip to the relationship gym for a workout every now and again. Just as we work out to stay physically fit, social fitness is about strengthening those muscles that we call bonds with friends, family, and those around you. It doesn't mean having millions of followers or throwing yourself into every social event. Guilty. No, it's about quality over quantity. It's learning to invest in those that mean the most. And like any good workout, it needs regular reps. That means catching up with a friend over a promenade walk, lending a hand to your neighbor, or maybe even a quick FaceTime with your mom. Because trust me, she'll appreciate it, and so will your happiness scale. Let's just talk a bit about something heavy but super important. We're all aware that there's a mental health crisis happening right now. But did you know that suicidal thoughts within the recent years for people have shot up by 44%? And that 1 in every 10 adults are experiencing these thoughts right now. And what's more shocking about it is that it's those in the younger generations, aged 25 and under, who battle with these thoughts. They struggle the most with mental health, stress, and finances. And coincidentally, this generation also struggles with high screen time, and they find it super easy to replace physical interactions with online interactions. Now, I know this might seem like a real downer, but here's the thing, stay with me. Although these stats are super serious, it also shows us the significance of relationships with real people and real interactions. When life gets tough, what keeps you going? It's those coffee dates with someone who just gets you. Or maybe your weekly spinning class, Jules. Or your chatty Staymaster session, Shan, who's not here today. And then maybe even that occasional trip to Zara, AC. That's social fitness in action. So, the truth is that loneliness and isolation are sneaky villains in the story of mental health. But building strong relationships, that's our secret weapon. Good friends don't just make us laugh, they can literally save our lives. But how do we put this social fitness stuff into action to actually aid to longer, healthier, and happier lives? Well, it's simple. Create your own blue zone. So, what's a blue zone, you ask? No, it's not some fancy gym class or a meditation scheme. It's actually a term coined by researchers for the places on earth that people live the longest, happiest lives. And these places include Loma Linda in the United States, Nicoya Peninsula in Costa Rica, Sardinia in Italy, Ikaria in Greece, and Okinawa in Japan. These communities aren't chugging kale smoothies every morning or running marathons. In fact, they are actually eating what we would call comfort food and live super relaxed lives. But what is their secret? They prioritize strong, meaningful connections with one another by eating meals together, checking in on one another, and really fostering those deep bonds with each other to form a sense of belonging. So, the idea isn't to move to Sardinia, right? But it's to create your own blue zone with those around you by consciously and consistently investing in these relationships. So host those dinner parties and join those running groups. Or, in fact, maybe just spend some more time with your loved ones. Because trust me, health and happiness is contagious. So, this might be the most important fitness circle you'll ever form. I'm pretty sure that every single person in this room, if not feels an overwhelming spark of happiness after a social event or even a meetup with a friend, I'm sure we all feel that little bit of post social happiness. So, a solid support system boosts our self esteem, it lowers our stress, and keeps us grounded when life's a bit of a roller coaster. And here's a plot twist from the study: people who have close, meaningful relationships actually live longer. Science says that a good friend could be as good for you as quitting smoking. But social fitness goes beyond just being happy, right? It's about resilience. When life gets tough, like really tough, those relationships are the ones that tend to be our safety nets. They're the people who will have our backs and lift us up when times get tough. And hey, strong connections can even help us take better care of ourselves. So, in short, social fitness is seen as your new happiness workout, the life hack we all need. So, after today, let the socialite herself tell you, if you want a happier, healthier life, minimize your Netflix screen time, put down your self help books, and call a friend. Trust me, a good chat over an Aperol or your favorite draft is better for your health than you ever thought. But one last question. Tap room later.
Wow, Tegan, outstanding start to the session. Really love the social aspect and bringing in different statistics that really showcase the importance of it, but trying to your friends while being fit doing it. So, our next speaker for today, and he's going to hate me for saying this, but it's the birthday boy, Azola! Just a quick couple of words of Azola. He is an entrepreneur, but he's doing his own digital stuff, digital media, digital design. But also, I'd say a bit of a myth entrepreneur because I always see him behind the coffee shop upstairs delegating something weird. I don't really know about that. But one of the things about Azola is that, and with his topic today, the emotional connection through art. Azola, it has been quite quiet this year, but I know for a fact this is where your true colors are going to come out. And quite honestly, I cannot wait to hear what you're going to say. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Azola Impeta.
Thank you, brother. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start, I was going to say, can everyone stand up and sing happy birthday to me? So my topic is the emotional connection through art. So in most cases, many people would ask, what is art? How do you define art? How do you see the value? How do you measure the value of art? So it's a long topic. It's been something that's been with me for the longest of times. And I think it has been one of the scapegoats when I feel trapped in most cases. And it's one of the most effective way of learning, growing, and expressing yourself. So the emotional connection through art by me. So, so art engages emotions. It also encourages empathy. It is selfless. It is encouraging. It is motivating. It is freedom. It is life. It is the paradox to explore the contradiction between art, between the contradiction which is empathy and engagement of emotions. So what does art mean to me? In most cases, it is the platform to explore who I was, the platform to explore and express who I am, the courage to follow who I want to be, and the power to say, I am who I am because of the experiences that I've undergone. So a wise man once said, art is an adventure into an unknown world, which can be explored only by the willing to take risks. So in most cases, I would like to ask anyone in the class, how many of you are courageous to take risk? Shout out, Mike. I see you. So art differs from person to person, because in most cases, I would say it could be the letter that you write your friend and hide it in the diary, hoping that they might find it in the days of needs. It is the platform where you can express your dance move, losing all your morals and values on the dance stage. Shout out Tegan Tap Room. It is also the ability to carve the elephant, as I always say. It is the ability to express your emotions in ways like Les Demoiselles of Vignes, a painting by Leonardo da Vinci. And it is also the platform to also express how you feel, nurture the feelings of the ones that are around you, create something that's impactful and meaningful, and also do something that no one understands at some point, creating an abstract piece where you are baffled by standing in front of and looking at it, wondering what was the reason behind this painting. So this is a typical example of a video that expresses how I've got it wrong over the past couple of years, me thinking that I was doing the right thing, but I was in the wrong space. Seeing people doing brilliant works and seeing people that are making things that you don't understand what are the purpose of. It's also understanding what is that. I think I've been doing it wrong, guys. Look at this. If only I had knew this before, I think I would be a multimillionaire at this age. It has the ability to foster creativity because it lets you think out of the box, gives you ideas of doing something that's not there or doing something that's already there, but changing it in a way that you might bring meaning and impact to the people that are around you. It has the capability of visual learning and fosters memories, because through memories, art has the ability to capture everything that are happening around society. It has the ability to question things that are happening around society. It also has the capability of giving you the platform to be illusional at some point, as it was shown previously. It's inclusive. It demands attention, no matter who you are, where you're from. It is the bridge between the past and the present. For me, art enables me to express the vulnerability in me. It enables me to express the vulnerability in me. Not only does it express the vulnerability in me, but it gives me the platform to tell my story where I don't redact any information because of embarrassment or being afraid of being judged. It is the ability to look into myself and be glad of the person that I am based on the experiences that I've undergone in life. It fosters love. It fosters caring. It is the ability to express my feelings, the ability to say it's okay to not be okay. It is the little voice that keeps on saying to me, hey, Chico, it's all going to work out. It's the ability to push me when no one is there, to foster love and tenderness. So these are the different ways where art can be expressed. It's creative innovations that help people fall in love. As you can see, the guy is about to do something that's crazy, but impactful. It gives you the ability to be playful, connecting to your inner child. Because in most cases, we tend to abandon the inner child that we have inside of us because of the society that we live in. Gives us the space to understand that everything is okay through art. And it's all about love. It's creating an impactful way that hasn't been done before. It requires time in most cases. It's groundbreaking. It's enabling you to lose all your morals and values. Sometimes it could be stupid. Sometimes it could be impactful. So art is about creating an impactful message that would resonate with the consumers or the viewers. It's all about connecting people, uniting. It's inclusive. It's wise. It could be guidance. It's life. Thank you.
Quite simply, wow, Azola. I never thought that art could be that impactful, and you really showcase your passion for it in that presentation. So kudos to you, man. Really well done. Really seriously well done. So our next speaker is a foodie of notes with her own Balanced Betty social media page, where it showcases her food. And quite simply, with this topic, are you your own imposter? I got no idea how you're going to take this, which is quite interesting. I don't know what angle you're going to use. I don't know where you're going to take us, what story you're going to take us on. And for that reason, I cannot wait. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Jessica Flaherty.
Thanks for that introduction, Tristan. So most of us sitting in this room today are a part of the marketing and advertising world where we are forced to immerse ourselves daily in all things media in order to stay with it. And we generally find ourselves going down rabbit holes of explorative research, some would like to call it, whether it be gathering necessary marketing stats, like looking at the CEO of ShopRite Holdings net worth, or simply stalking the competitor's newest brand ambassador, for instance, Zendaya in the latest On Running Shoe campaign. And out of this, we end up finding ourselves trapped in this unintentional fixation of comparison, whether it be for physical looks, job statuses, or financial worth. We are constantly measuring ourselves against our peers, or more so, individuals online that seem to be achieving seemingly effortless success. And for some, speaking from experience as a Gen Z who is slightly addicted to a phone, this behavior tends to lead to an overwhelming, silly little voice in our heads that constantly screams, "You can never achieve that," or "Yo, imagine looking like that." And this feeling is better known to us as the lovely imposter syndrome. So let's break down this feeling that manifests in our daily lives, that little voice that usually holds us back and creates an excessive amount of stress. So to look at the dictionary definition, imposter syndrome is a psychological pattern where individuals doubt their skills, talents, or accomplishments, fearing that they'll be exposed as a fraud. But for the average person, it tends to go a little bit deeper. It's a nagging internal belief of self-doubt, incapability, the fear of failure, feeling undeserving or fraudulent of success. And in my case, I recently experienced a combination of these emotions. Throughout the first few months of being at Red and Yellow, being surrounded by such talented, capable, and inspiring classmates, I regularly found myself lacking confidence, having no standout talent, niche, or passion, always feeling like a plain Jane. I felt that I didn't have much to offer, and I would often find myself saying to my new assigned groups, "I lack creativity. Please can I not design the presentation?" Or, "I'm really not good at presenting. Please can I speak the least?" Instantly doubting my own potential and putting myself into a bracket of incapability without even trying. Now, I know some of you may be thinking, "Oh, come on, man, you just need to build some confidence and you'll be A for away." But for a large majority of the population, this persistent negative inner voice is very real. In fact, an article written by Harvard Business Review says about 70% of people will experience imposter syndrome at some point in their lives. And this surge of the self-doubt syndrome has really come into the spotlight recently with the rise in self-care and mindfulness trends. More people are starting to realize just how damaging these internal negative beliefs and motivations can be, not just in our heads, but in every aspect of our lives. And they are usually set off in a chain reaction. Firstly, the loop of self-doubt and the fear of not being good enough can lead to serious self-sabotage. Instead of reaching higher and achieving greater, people may limit their own ambitions, avoiding challenges that could actually help them grow. They might shy away from opportunities, staying in their comfort zones rather than risking failure. Then the fear of being found out creeps in, often pushing people into isolation. They might avoid speaking up in class or meetings, skip social networking events, or go as far as distancing themselves from team members or friends to avoid the risk of exposure. This isolation can weaken relationships in work and home life, robbing them of support and collaboration, which are critical for self-growth and satisfaction. And then there's also burnout. This is when people feel they need to prove themselves at all costs. They push harder and longer, often to the point of exhaustion. This constant drive for perfection can lead to chronic burnout, leaving them mentally and physically drained. It becomes less about achieving a goal and more about maintaining an impossible, unrealistic standard. And it doesn't stop there. Stress, anxiety, and even depression are often associated with the consequences of imposter syndrome, as people struggle with the constant pressure of keeping up. It really can take a toll on your overall well-being if it is left unchecked. It's almost like a fast-growing fungus. Once it takes hold, it spreads quickly, damaging our self-image and preventing us from achieving our full potential. For those who experience these inner voices, they often stay in stagnant roles, avoid taking on leadership positions, or hesitate to pursue promotions, ultimately holding themselves back from any success. And while it might start small, like a little feeling of, "I don't belong here," the long-term effects can be deeply harmful. If left in the dark, this imposter mindset can creep into every aspect of our lives, shaping our careers, relationships, and even our sense of self-worth. But now you might be wondering, what fuels this silly little voice? What keeps these feelings alive, making them hard to shake? Well, it turns out it's yourself. That a lot of it has to do with the environments you choose to immerse yourself in every day and the habits you've adopted, often without even realizing their impact. And for many of us, social media plays a huge role. According to Meltwater, South African users spend an average of 3 hours and 41 minutes on social media each day. And now, I'm no exception. Last week alone, I spent an average of 4 hours and 29 minutes each day on my phone. And over a lifetime, this adds up to roughly 12 years. 12 years of my life spent on social media, fueling my inner voice with unrealistic and unnecessary expectations of social comparison. And in addition, further societal, family, or personal expectations can cause the pressure to constantly perform at an unrealistic standard, relating directly to the perceived need to be perfect. Having the need to perform flawlessly and being afraid that any small error will expose your inability builds up an emotion that drives a continuous loop of self-criticism and doubt, which reinforces your feelings of not being enough. It almost feels like you get sucked into a portal and everything just spirals. But here's the truth. I promise it's not all doom and gloom. That nagging voice that constantly reappears, it's yours. It belongs to you, and you have the power to control it and quieten it. Embracing your strengths, your confidence, and recognizing the unique journey that you're on can start with a few simple but impactful steps. Now, just a quick disclaimer, I'm no expert and I'm still on my journey to quietening my own inner critic, but these steps have been super helpful to me and I hope they'll resonate with you guys too. So, step one is to embrace vulnerability as a strength. As Brene Brown famously said, vulnerability is not winning or losing. It's having the courage to show up when you can't control the outcome. Vulnerability is often seen as a weakness, but it's actually one of the most powerful strengths that we own. By allowing ourselves to be vulnerable, we can create space for authenticity and real connections, where we're not hiding behind the mask of perfection, but we're choosing to show up as our true selves. And that's incredibly powerful and freeing. Now, in moments where I've felt uncertain and nervous, like for this speech, or in social networking events, vulnerability has helped me to step out of my comfort zone and embrace what I have to offer. This shift from seeing vulnerability as something to avoid to understanding it as a source of strength is the first little change that has helped me to quiet my inner critic and boost my confidence. And then we move on to step two. This is to reframe your negative self-talk. Our inner voice often tells us we're not good enough, but we have the power to change that narrative. Reframing your negative thoughts helps us break free from self-doubt. Instead of thinking, I'm just lucky, I don't actually deserve this, reframe it as, I achieved this through my dedication and skill. By recognizing your achievements, giving yourself a pat on the back, and owning your strengths will help silence that silly little voice of yours. This will also have a knock-on effect to having a self-growth mindset over perfection, that each small step forward is a proof of your progress and resilience. And then finally is step three, which is to surround yourself with supportive people. I've found it incredibly important and have been lucky enough to have had a close-knit circle of family and friends surrounding me who remind me of my potential and capabilities. Being in an environment of support and encouragement reinforces your confidence, especially when you're in a space where you feel seen and valued. This will help you to believe in yourself and the journey that you're on. So, are you your own imposter? I invite you to ask yourself this question the next time you hear that silly little voice of yours, and choose in that moment to own your story, embrace your strengths, and quiet the imposter within. Thank you.
Well, Jess, that was very, very insightful, and now I know the angle you took. So our next speaker today is one who is passionate about hockey through playing and coaching. He's also a class representative for this AdMac class. And speaking about the unstoppable power of intuition, hailing from the Eastern Cape, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Gary Stevens.
Thanks, Tristan, for that introduction. And yes, I am from the Eastern Cape. So, as Tristan mentioned, I will be speaking about the unstoppable power of intuition. But in order to comprehend this, we need to fully understand what intuition is. Intuition is the ability to understand something instinctively without the need for conscious reasoning. It's the quiet inner voice or the gut feeling that often guides us through our insights that goes beyond logic and data. So there's actually a science to it. And intuition is rooted in the subconscious mind, where neuroscience shows us that it's shaped by past experiences as well as rapid pattern recognition. It enables quick decision making by processing information on a deep level. However, great leaders often rely on their intuition for crucial decisions. And by listening to their instincts, they can identify opportunities, make bold decisions, inspire teams, and drive innovation. And as you can see, Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg have kind of done this in the past. Bill Gates attended Harvard University. He, however, dropped out in his junior year to found Microsoft with his friend Paul Allen, whereas Mark Zuckerberg initially enrolled at Harvard University, and he dropped out in his second year to kind of pursue the development on Facebook. Look how that panned out, right? So in order to predict the future, we need to understand our past. And when we look at our past, we look at historical leaders that have made a profound impact in our world and the decisions that they have done in order to do this. So Nelson Mandela relied on his intuition and his inner sense of justice and resilience to lead South Africa through significant change in a time where it almost seemed impossible to do. Steve Jobs, however, trusted his intuition when creating transformative products at Apple. And this just leads me to the quote that Steve Jobs delivered back in 2005 to the Stanford University students. It says, "Don't let the noise of others' opinion drown out your inner voice. And most important, have the courage to follow your heart and your intuition. The somehow already know what you truly want to become. Everything else is secondary." So we experience intuition, or unbeknownst to us, we experience intuition in our daily lives. From our food selections at supermarkets, our personal relationships, and even our career choices. Intuition plays a key role in guiding decisions, offering clarity during moments of uncertainty, and helping us navigate complex emotions. So how do we actually nurture this? We know that it exists. So we nurture it by practicing mindfulness and engaging in meditative practices. This could be done anywhere, whether it be on the side of Table Mountain hiking, shout out Kai, walking down a promenade, shout out Teeks, or even enjoying your local Vida, or enjoying a cup of coffee at Vida or bootleggers, shout out Mike. Right, then this leads us to keeping a journal to track our intuitive moments, as well as just reflecting on past intuitive experiences that we've had. The next video that I'm going to play is another way to nurture our intuition, and that's just by paying attention to our gut feeling. And I'll play the video, and you'll see exactly why. Okay. It's a scene from Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban.
What did you just do? You attacked a teacher. Tell me about Peter Pettigrew. He was at school with us. We thought he was our friend. No, Pettigrew's dead. You killed him. No, he didn't. I thought so too until you mentioned seeing Pettigrew on the map. The map was lying then. That never lies. Pettigrew's alive. And he's right there.
Okay, he took there. He took a small risk in actually trusting his gut to. Got it. Cool. He took a small risk into. He trusted his gut by not actually. Got the mic. Okay. By trusting his gut not to actually go with the Professor Snape, and actually listen to his at that time Sirius Black. So the next thing that I want to talk about is obviously this taking small risks based on our intuition, and we can see this in this next video clip. And this is from the movie Pursuit of Happiness. I'm sure some of you have seen it.
Do it. No one can. No, you can't. No one. No, I'm pretty sure I can do it. I'm pretty sure I can do it. Let me see it. Let me see it. Give it here.
While he gives him
Give it here.
the Rubik's Cube at the time, it was so hard to do.
Oh,
And it's just a small risk.
really messed it up. Really messed it up. Sorry. Sorry. It looks like it looks like works around a swivel. Works around a swivel. The centerpiece is never.
Okay, so at the end of this, solving a Rubik's Cube seems so inundane. So he ends up trying to convince him, jumping in a cab, trying to convince him just to give him like a chance at the internship. Next, we have the benefits of actually trusting our information or our intuition. So what we look at that it gives us faster, more confident decision making. We have an increased self-awareness and greater creativity. We enhance our problem-solving skills, and there's improved resilience in challenging situations. But how do we now balance logic, intuition, and how does that all work? Intuition and logic are actually complementary. So they work hand in hand. And by combining analytical thinking with gut instincts, we can then make more holistic decisions that leverage both data-driven analysis and instinctual insights. But we're human after all. And there's a fear of being, people have a fear of being wrong, which often holds them back in actually trusting their intuition. So we overcome this by building self-confidence, learning from our intuitive mistakes, and gradually acting on our gut feelings that can strengthen the trust in that inner voice. And my last clip will be.
I probably sucked more today than anyone in the history of Kung Fu, in the history of China, in the history of sucking.
Probably.
And 5. Man, you should have seen them. They totally hate me.
Totally.
How's Shifu ever going to turn me into the Dragon Warrior? I mean, I'm not like the 5. I've got no claws, no wings, no venom. Even Mantis has those thingies. Maybe I should just quit and go back to making noodles.
Quit. Don't quit. Noodles. Don't noodles. You are too concerned with what was and what will be. There's a saying. Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. That is why it is called the present.
And he realized this, and you can see how the penny drops or the actual fruit drops from a tree. Intuition is a powerful force that, when harnessed, can lead to greater confidence, resilience, and success. And by trusting our instincts, combined with preparation and logic, this empowers us to unlock our true potential, even creating that little magic that we crave at Red and Yellow. So I just want to share a real life story with you. I have a friend, Jeremy. That's his house over there. He's actually from a broken home. He's part of the survivors population group, and he lives in a township in the Eastern Cape. Clearly, I know him, right? But he manages to overcome different adversities throughout his life. He manages to graduate university, where after he gets his first big job through a newspaper article in a different province. So having to relocate and leave his family behind in order to pursue this big city dream. He realizes that After time that his job is only a vessel, unlike the metro rail over there, the metro rail, the train that he used to take to campus and to work every day to get where he needs to actually be. So hopefully you'll follow it. I'm not sure where he is now, but hopefully you'll follow his gut and end up where he actually ought to be. I joked about that. Actually, guys, this is a real life story of myself, and this has been my story. And to end off with, I just want to maybe leave something with you. I guess only time will tell how unstoppable your intuition can end up being, and the breakthroughs that you make that even logic can't explain. And I hope you have a great year further. Thank you.
Wow, Gary, very insightful, showcasing the true power of intuition and everything I think the audience, what everyone here, sorry, should really use in the future. Now up next, we have someone who can just speak a lot, is a rugby fanatic as well. I'm quite surprised that you didn't make your speech on why Jason Colby is the best player in the world. Also with that, she states on her bio that she has a dash of ADHD. It's a lot more than a dash, we'll say that. Enough about that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Jade Fortescue.
Thank you, Tristan, for that introduction. Okay, because I'm a yapper, I'm going to dive right in. In 2017, James Damore, a young software engineer, caused controversy when he released a memo claiming that the gender gap in tech-based companies like his employer Google was a result of biological differences. He argued that women were naturally less interested and less suited for tech roles. Today, women comprise as little as 22% of AI professionals globally, a gender imbalance that some, like James, will argue is a result of women's biology. This idea that women just aren't wired for tech isn't just a flawed opinion. It's a myth rooted in bias, deeply embedded with how we view men and women in society. And it's a myth that has quite a surprising history, because it was in fact women who were the world's first programmers and dominated the software industry. Meet Ada Lovelace, the world's first programmer. She developed the algorithm in the 1840s, a century before the invention of the first computer. She was the first to recognize that it's not so much about the hardware of the machine, but how you instruct it. Ada's work wasn't recognized until centuries later, ironically, when inventor of artificial intelligence acknowledged her in his work. Or the 6 women of ENIAC, who were recruited by the US Army to program the world's first electronic computer in the 1940s. These women weren't given any instructions or had existing coding languages. They had to invent the process themselves and program the machine by hand. But of course, these women were given no recognition. Rather, the 2 men who built the machine took all the credit. So, sorry, James, now ex-Google employee, but not only were women in tech long before you, but they were actually the pioneers of programming. In the same year, 3 women filed a lawsuit against Google due to the pay gap. And they won the case in 2022, where Google had to pay $118 million to over 15,500 female employees. But this talk isn't about bashing men like James or addressing the very obvious sexism and inequalities in Silicon Valley. It's about a much bigger problem, the gender data gap. For decades, society has only documented the male perspective because men are considered the default human. Their experience is seen as universal, while women's needs and realities are seen as niche. Caroline Perez calls this male default bias. It's a hidden assumption that has shaped the way we measure, understand, and build our world. We've all heard the song, It's a Man's World, but when it comes to the gender data gap, it will become clear that the world has quite literally been designed by and for men. But here's the issue. We live in a world driven by data. It informs everything from decision-making to policy planning, but we're operating on incomplete data that ignores the needs of half the population. This talk is about that gap and how it affects everything from technology to healthcare to the very algorithms that shape our lives. Male default bias can be found in everyday products such as cars. For decades, car crash test dummies were designed based on the 70-kilogram average male body. Female crash test dummies weren't invented until years later, and they were simply just scaled-down versions of the male model. And tests only required them to be done in the passenger seat, not the driver. This may explain why women are 73% more likely to be injured in a car accident than men. And when in a similar accident, women are 47% more likely to be seriously injured and 17% more likely to die. But despite these shocking statistics, there's still no law requiring female crash test dummies to be included in the driver's seat. Even voice recognition systems designed to make cars safer and minimize distractions fail women, because they are trained on large databases that only use male voice recordings. So in these cars, the systems were unable to recognize female voices, ironically making them more unsafe and more distracting. But the vice president of the VRS in these cars said that the problem wasn't with the technology, but rather with women's voices, suggesting that they undergo lengthy training to adapt to the system. These examples expose a pattern. Women pay the price for products that simply don't work for them. And this kind of neglect is more than inconvenient. It can be life-threatening. And the gender data gap is no more life-threatening than in healthcare. For decades, women have been and continue to be systematically excluded from clinical trials because researchers claim that women's bodies are too complicated, too costly, and too timely to include. And they're also worried about females' messy hormones interfering with their neatly designed clinical trials. So instead, they leave us out. I mean, not even female mice are included in preclinical trials. And they are largely excluded even in studies on female prevalent diseases. I mean, we're talking about ones that most commonly affect women. And this is in the face of numerous research proving that women aren't just smaller men. In other words, you can't just alter the drug dosage based on body weight and expect the same results, like the medical industry previously assumed. And because of this, women are 2 times more likely to suffer from adverse drug reactions than men. Cardiovascular disease is the leading cause of death for women globally, yet they remain chronically understudied and therefore are 60% more likely to be misdiagnosed than men. This is because, until recently, it was not known that women present completely different symptoms than men. But because they are deemed atypical, they are left chronically undiagnosed and therefore are more likely to die following a heart attack. Even worse is aspirin, which was found to be effective in preventing heart attacks in men, was later found to not only be ineffective for women, but harmful. The gender data gap isn't just costing women their lives. It also decides what studies get funded and which ones don't. Take PMS, for example, which affects 90% of women, compared to erectile dysfunction, which affects just 15% of men. Yet there are 5 times more studies done on erectile dysfunction than PMS. Not to mention the amount of drugs that could have benefited women but were ruled out because clinical trials only analyzed the effects on men. For example, a study found that Viagra could cure almost all symptoms of PMS, but the study was quickly stopped due to a lack of funding and because period pain wasn't deemed a public health priority, but apparently erectile dysfunction is. And it gets even scarier with AI, because despite what people might think, AI is not neutral. It's riddled with gender data gaps and inherits biases from the creators that it is trained on. Gender roles are baked into the very designs of AI systems. Consider Siri, Alexa, and Cortana, all female named, female gendered, and originally only female voiced. These digital assistants are cast in subservient roles like managing emotions and providing quick, friendly support. Meanwhile, male chatbots are often used in authoritative spaces like giving medical or legal advice. This reinforces the cultural narrative where women are caregivers and men are decision makers. In 2018, Amazon developed its AI-based recruitment tool to streamline the hiring process. But the algorithm was found to be biased against women. This was because it was trained on years on CVs from a male-dominated tech industry. So it automatically discriminated against resumes that had the word woman in it. Amazon scrapped the tool, but the lesson is clear. Technology and AI don't only reflect society's bias, they amplify them. And the same pattern holds true for image recognition. A large analysis of an image dataset found that photos of cooking were more likely to be associated with women a third of the time. But when an algorithm was trained on this dataset, this was amplified to 68%, even mislabeling a photo of a bald man in the kitchen as female. And even more troubling is a 2024 study revealed pervasive gender bias in AI-generated performance reviews from our trusty old friend ChatGPT. They used identical prompts, only changing the names, like John versus Jane and Tom versus Anna. Surprise, surprise, the results consistently favored male names. Men were described as exceeding expectations and strategic thinkers, while women meeting expectations and needing improvement. But these examples aren't only about inaccuracies. They are a reflection of how women's contributions have been undocumented throughout history. So it's not surprising when AI assumes that men are the dominant species, because if women are invisible in the data that we feed these systems, they remain invisible in the decisions that those systems make. Throughout history, women's voices, experiences, and contributions have been systematically erased, from car crash test dummies to clinical trials and even algorithms. But this erasure isn't just about bad or missing data. It has real life consequences. And Afghanistan serves as a chilling reminder of what happens when women are excluded. In the 1960s and 70s, Afghan women could dress freely, attend universities, and hold careers. Today, they are silenced and banned from every aspect of public life. It's a tragic warning that illustrates how quickly progress can be undone when women are left out of decision making. But like Jay said, it's not all doom and gloom. You definitely can't spell bias without AI, but it is also through AI and innovation that we can begin to address these inequalities. Synthetic data collected from period tracking apps and fitness watches are already helping to close the gender gap in healthcare. Inclusive data is the foundation of progress. In her book, Invisible Women, Caroline Perez opens with a dedication that feels especially resonant today. A quote I want to leave you with. But before I do, I strongly recommend everyone in this room to read her book, because it serves as a critical reminder that women, in fact, make up 51% of the world's population. Thank you very much. We are not atypical. Our bodies, our hormones, our voices, and biology are not the problem. The problem lies in a world designed without women in mind. So, in the words of Caroline Perez, for the women who persist, keep on being bloody difficult.
Wow, Jade, to be honest, extremely insightful, information overload, but something and I hope everyone, all the males in the audience, take into the future. So now we have a talk from someone who's looking to challenge you. And if I remember correctly, in synopsis of the talk, a potential existential crisis or something like that. With that in mind, speaking about maybe if you feel out of place, it's because you are. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Chloe Zinn.
So, maybe if you feel out of place, it's because you are. This is your comfort zone. It is your safe space. You feel at peace in this space. This space is familiar to you, and that is why you feel most confident in this warm, slightly small bubble that belongs just to you. So, this seems like a really nice place, but that is not the narrative that society paints about comfort zones. Often people speak about needing to escape your comfort zone or break out of your comfort zone as if it's something really negative. And in a way, this is true because once you step out of this comforting space, you're allowing yourself to experience new things, and in that, entering the broader world, you're able to learn and grow as a person. Staying inside of your comfort zone can actually end up limiting you from those experiences, and it can make you feel stuck. You can experience boredom, and you can actually experience feeling claustrophobic in some ways. And this is particularly relevant to people who have social anxiety, like myself. So instead of going out there and exposing themselves to these uncomfortable experiences, the fear of social situations can be so great that sometimes they draw back within themselves. And even though they experience FOMO, missing out on all those opportunities that their peers experience, they can't bring themselves to escape outside of this comforting space. and they end up watching everyone else enjoying their lives through a phone screen. So in this way, the safe and comfort zone bubble can actually become a bad place, and you need to break outside of it in order to experience that growth and experience the positive effects of it. And that is why the general narrative around comfort zones is that you need to break outside of them. So this is why exposure therapy is particularly helpful for people with anxiety and social anxiety, because it helps you to gain confidence by gradually exposing yourself to these scary, anxiety-inducing experiences, and until you feel confident enough in those spaces. Exposure therapy is sort of like putting yourself into the uncomfort zone, and it is very daunting, but the more and more you do it, your body is able to adjust. You are able to learn through experience that it isn't as scary as you thought, because you can develop coping mechanisms to better navigate those difficult experiences. And within that, you learn to find comfort within your discomfort. Now, I have both general and social anxiety, so I experience a lot of discomfort. And actually, I was almost not going to sign up for this course this year because I was dreading this very day so much. But I'm so glad that I've actually made it here, because I've learned so much, and pushing myself out of my comfort zone has opened me up to experiences I never before would have even attempted to try. I would have stayed inside of that comfort zone and limited myself from meeting all of these amazing people and making such beautiful connections that will stick with me for a very long time. And one of my biggest fears was also not being able to fit in the space, but through the group work, which I found in the beginning to be very difficult to adjust to, I actually found that it became the most enjoyable part of my experience at Red and Yellow. And I found that I would enjoy coming to class just to see the people and get to talk to everyone. So not only am I super anxious all the time, but naturally I am an introvert, and I really enjoy my own company. Sometimes I enjoy my company more than anyone else's, except for my boyfriend. But even then, I also find times where I just really enjoy being alone. And now, coming into a space where I was forced to socialize and be in different groups throughout the year and meet different people was constantly challenging my comfort zone, because I had to constantly learn how to familiarize myself with new people. And then as soon as I gained confidence in that space, we switched groups again, and I started the cycle over and over and over. But if I had closed myself off from those experiences, I would have just been sitting in my bubble all alone, and I would have never known the value of getting to know each and every one of you. And so I'm really, really grateful for that. So while I believe that exposure therapy is a really important treatment and experience for people with anxiety, and especially social anxiety, this year has also given me a new perspective on comfort zones and navigating this space. So because exposure therapy forces you to become comfortable with discomfort, you sort of become used to feelings of friction. And instead of noticing sometimes that that friction could be potentially harmful to you, you learn to endure it. And while we praise things like endurance, resilience, perseverance, we are also allowing ourselves to become used to discomfort. And in some areas, that can actually be a negative thing. So in our bodies, discomfort is usually something that points to an issue that we need to address. Discomfort is telling us that we need to do something in order to return back to that comfortable space. Yet when we experience anxiety, we tend to treat it by exposing ourselves to more discomfort so that we can get used to it. However, this may put you into a mindset where you feel that you always need to get used to discomfort, and you may ignore sometimes discomfort that is actually pointing to an issue that is hindering you. So, for example, I thought that my social anxiety was something that I really needed to fix and overcome, and I needed to be more extroverted in order to be more like everyone else. What I failed to notice is that a lot of the time I was experiencing discomfort in social situations because, in my very nature, I am an introvert. And so I was constantly pushing that boundary and trying to make myself more sociable like everybody else. And that was bringing me a lot of tension and a lot of discomfort. But I convinced myself that this discomfort was really, really good, and I needed to continue to do it. And hopefully at some point it will go away. But I found that the discomfort never really went away. It just continuously and continuously grew. I just learned how to endure it better, which is not always a bad thing. But in my case, I was going against my own nature and trying to be something that I was not. And so I experienced the most growth this year because I was putting myself into these uncomfortable situations. But it was also a time that I've experienced the most struggle and the most discomfort. And I had to realize that it was because I was going against what I needed. And I needed to allow myself to be an introvert and accept that that is how I am. And I may not fit in perfectly everywhere, but that is okay. I can accept that, because even though I don't exactly excel in social situations, by accepting myself, I was able to still make these connections that I really cherish. And everyone has been so welcoming to me, and it has made me bloom and appreciate myself as a person for who I am. And so we have a big problem in society with the rates of anxiety, and especially social anxiety, increasing. And a lot of the time, people attribute this rise in social anxiety to people closing themselves off and just living within the space in their screens. But what we tend to disregard or not really think about is that our screens can often offer us an escape. And instead of trying to understand why we are escaping or what we are escaping from, we try to teach people to become more comfortable with the discomfort that they are experiencing. So that's also the reason why there's been a rise in therapy and even therapy apps in order to make people feel more comfortable or cope better with their anxiety struggles. However, we are living in a very turbulent time full of crises. The political unrest, the economic crisis, climate change, and so much more things that make our future seem uncertain. We are all dealing with a lot of discomfort. And what we are doing is, instead of forgiving ourselves for reacting to discomfort, naturally with anxiety, we are trying to get used to the comfort and use therapy to help us just endure it, instead of allowing ourselves to feel this discomfort and accept that it is a really, really scary time. And I'd like to use an analogy of this TV show called The Good Place, where the main character, Eleanor, arrives at the good place and she finds a lot of friction in her time there because she feels that she doesn't fit in. And so she tries to implement a lot of strategies. She changes herself and does everything that she possibly can to make herself fit in. But nothing seems to be working because the discomfort continues to grow. And it reaches a breaking point where she asks herself, if this is the good place, and if I've done everything I can to be a better person, then why are things still so hard for me? Why is there still so much discomfort? And this was a major breakthrough because she realized that she had been trying to fix something that actually didn't need to be fixed. She realized that the discomfort was a sign that she had been ignoring all along. She realized that she didn't belong in this space. And it is revealed in the show that even though she was told she was in the good place, she was in fact in the bad place. And so in this way, we can ask ourselves, if there are areas in our life where we're experiencing a lot of discomfort, and no matter what we do, that discomfort is not decreasing. If we are feeling a certain way, if we feel out of place in these spaces, maybe we should ask ourselves if that is the case. Maybe we don't fit in those spaces. Maybe we are going against our own nature. But within saying that, I think there's a balance between learning how to be comfortable with discomfort, but also knowing when you can look at discomfort as a sign that you need to change something. And so maybe you can ask yourself as well, if you're feeling out of place, maybe it's because you are. So thank you.
Chloe, I must say that took a lot of courage coming up here, speaking about what you spoke about, it being so open with an audience like this, on a platform like this. So well done. Really, really well done. So up next, sadly the final speaker of this exceptional session so far, we have another foodie. And with someone who really loves the color orange, as seen on her bottle and her orange whip, as she likes to call it. That is a car for the older audience. So, for the last time today, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Julia Spring.
Thank you, Tristan. I was going to wear my orange dress, so I'm glad I didn't. When I was 8 years old, I had a dream of owning my own cafe in Paris. I'd already named it, Tasse du Thé. My plan was foolproof. Learn French, move to Paris, and open the most successful cafe along the Champs-Elysees. As we can all see, I'm not currently living out that dream. But that dream taught me something valuable that I want to share with you all today. The problem here was not that my goal was too big. The issue was that my overly ambitious 8-year-old self had no plan in mind to get me to my end goal. Potentially, if I had started a Duolingo French streak all those years ago, or mastered the art of croissant making, or even put a few coins away each week in a piggy bank, I could be in a very different position right now. Maybe it was ambitious for an 8-year-old to dream of opening her own cafe in Paris. But looking back, I realized it wasn't the size of the dream that held me back. It was my lack of focus on the small, consistent steps needed to get there. This childhood dream taught me that tiny actions, practiced consistently, are what ultimately define our success, and that often, the process itself is more powerful than the end goal. It's funny though, because we are often told not to sweat the small stuff in life. This mindset encourages looking past the insignificant details in life to make sure we see the bigger picture and to avoid unnecessary stress. A mindset I've often found myself living by. But I have realized that this mindset might be the very thing holding me back. In 2003, Dave Brailsford, an English cycling coach, took his team from years of mediocrity to new heights by focusing on the aggregation of marginal gains. His philosophy was to look for tiny areas of improvement in everything his team did. He made adjustments like selecting the best pillow for each individual rider, hiring a surgeon to teach his team how to properly wash their hands to avoid illness, and even applying a rubbing alcohol onto their tires for better grip. By 2008, these small changes added up. The English cycling team began to dominate the field. The squad cleaned up at the 2008 Beijing Olympics and went home with 7 out of 10 of the gold medals in track cycling. At the next Olympics, they managed to raise the bar even higher and set 9 Olympic records and 7 world records. That same year, Bradley Wiggins made history by becoming the first British cyclist to win the Tour de France. The following year, his teammate Chris Froome came to victory in the race and went on to win it again in 2015, 2016, and 2017. The more I thought about this, the clearer it became. The truth is that most significant achievements aren't the result of big standalone events. They are the sum of all moments where we choose to do something just 1% better. The statistics behind this are actually pretty crazy. This graph I came across while researching shows that by being just 1% better every day for a full year, you'll end up almost 38 times better by the time you are finished. It's similar to compound interest we learn in grade 9 maths, where you earn interest not just on the initial amount, but also on the interest already earned. Small improvements compound over time. You may not see much improvement when you start, but each 1% improvement builds on the last, meaning that they are not just adding, they are multiplying, creating an exponential curve of growth. Think about this parallel with the roundabouts we used to play on as kids in the park. The first few pushes are tough, with every kid exerting its full strength to get those hefty metal structures moving. We push and push and push, and then eventually, breakthrough. The roundabout gains momentum, everyone jumps back on, and suddenly it spins effortlessly. You see, each turn builds on the previous effort, compounding the work we've put in, and those initial hard pushes where you don't see any immediate results allow us to gain momentum, to hit a point of breakthrough. It's similar to the graph I showed you on the previous slide. Those small, sustained efforts amplify over time, creating a cumulative impact that eventually feels effortless and rewarding. So, on what aspects can one focus on being 1% better? I guess that depends on what personal success looks like for each one of us. I thought about this for a while and I came to 3 things that largely define personal success for me. Firstly, is ensuring constant development and growth. Secondly, is being physically and mentally fit and well. And lastly, is constantly building and maintaining meaningful connections. So, I applied these 3 aspects to the concept of focusing on marginal improvements. Firstly, how can one ensure constant development and growth? Well, growth comes from pushing oneself outside their comfort zone, and a key part of this is facing fears. So right now, standing up here in front of all of you, I am growing. Public speaking was something that I struggled with when I started at Red and Yellow. The thought of standing behind this podium used to, and actually to be honest, still does make my legs go weak and makes my hands shake. See that? But facing this fear and standing up here today wasn't one giant leap. It was a year's worth of Friday presentations and doing it scared that got me up here today. Building confidence and perseverance over those smaller weekly presentations is why I'm able to stand up here today and speak by myself. Secondly, is my physical and mental well-being. Running has been etched into my soul by my parents. After dragging me to the park run every weekend in high school, it soon became my favorite means of exercise and best way to de-stress. However, in the beginning of March this year, I stepped into my garden at a bad angle and ended up in the emergency room. Pretty embarrassing, no cool story to share with you guys. But 2 snapped ligaments later meant 9 weeks in a moon boot and a long road of rehab ahead of me. To get back onto my feet, literally, meant not only countless trips to the physio and mountains of rehab, but also paying attention to the small things. Things like rebuilding my balance, doing 10 calf raises a day, and those 4-minute walk, 1-minute runs, all while slightly tedious, have been crucial moments of my recovery. These everyday, seemingly insignificant actions have been the key to my progress and are what will hopefully get me back on the road soon. I can confidently say, and I know that most of you here will agree, that I'm the type of person that gets their energy from the people I surround myself with. That's why building and maintaining meaningful relationships is such an important part of how I see personal success. I have learned that in relationships, trust is built from the small acts of care and kindness. It's the way Josie, my roommate, greets me when we both get home from au pairing, with excitement and genuine interest, like we've been apart for days, when she literally saw me 2 hours ago. Or the cup of coffee my mum wakes me up with in the morning when I spend time at home. How the barista at my local coffee shop smiles at me and asks how my morning has been, with genuine interest, without fail, every time I grab a coffee. It's not the glamorous moments like fancy meals and big holidays that bring us close to people. It's the constant accumulation of tiny moments that amount to a lot. This has been even more evident spending a year at Red and Yellow. It's so special to be leaving here with so many more people close to my heart. These relationships weren't built from working on big projects together. It was the small moments throughout the year that brought us all close together. Whether it was Azola, don't know where it is, updating me on the class spice, a compliment from Kim in the morning, always making me feel like $100, or even Ludwig constantly tuning me that I'm late, even if I'm 10 minutes early. All these little things mean so much. And when all these things start to compound, when we focus on the small in our everyday lives, whether it's building our health, nurturing our relationships, or facing our fears, things will start to change. And maybe a little sweat will be worth it in the long run. So, I want to encourage you all here today to find out where you can be 1% better. Don't just sit and wait for your big break like my 8-year-old self did. Harness the power and harness the power of the small and mundane. Start thinking about sweating the small things in life as your superpower. Because in the end, it's not the grand leap, but the steady, compounding growth of each small step that could lead you somewhere extraordinary.
Wow, Jules, what an ending to the session. And a lot of impactful insights that I hope everyone in this hall takes with them after they leave. So anyways, so that's us. This is session 3. It's been an honor to host all of you, to host these exceptional speakers. Please, another round of applause. So yeah, join the board. See you then.
Thank you. Um, please hold your applause. I'm just giving a little quick announcement. We're running a bit behind. We're waiting for some very important guests. So just hang on. And yeah, so if you have any questions, just ask Di or Mel, not me. Sorry. I take requests. Oh, that's such a good one, but maybe another time. Should I get down? Yeah, I'm gonna get down. Can I just leave it? Hello. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the final session of today's Mac Live, the first day, 2024. It's been a long day, and for those of you who have been here since 9 a.m., do you want to just get up and move your legs a bit? Everyone up, come on. Yeah, like do what you want. Sing. Okay. Okay. For those of you who have been here the whole day, again, thank you so much. And to our new faces, friends, and family, welcome to Red and Yellow. I am Yetta Shell, and I will be your MC for this session. Just to recap on some rules and regulations, hate to be repetitive, but if you need the loo, please wait until everyone else has finished speaking, and then you can go. You can go between sessions, but maybe just wait till the end. Phones on silent, please. Thank you. But to start off the final session, we have a speaker who is going to tell you something important about the purpose of life. And I honestly can tell you that you should definitely listen to her because I see her every day. And guys, she knows what she's talking about. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Estie van Heerden.
Thank you, Yetta, for that lovely introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. So before I get started, I should warn you, you're about to experience one of the best talks of your life. But just remember, if you start feeling overwhelmed by my brilliance, it's perfectly normal. I'm just kidding. This is just one big coping mechanism to hide my nerves. So for those who don't know me, my name is Estie, and to be honest with you, it feels quite fitting to be standing here today in the place where I first fell in love with marketing and working with brands. This is since I'm actually named after a very well-known brand, Estee Lauder. The story goes whilst my mom was in hospital, after I was born, she was flicking through a magazine and saw this Estee Lauder perfume ad, and I guess it was a done deal. Now me and my family always joke about how I was destined for the world of marketing. But I'm just very relieved my mom didn't see a Wig-Wix ad or something. Anyway, so earlier this year, I was listening to a podcast where Morgan Freeman was being interviewed. And I asked him what I think is one of the most classic, yet often overlooked questions. If you could have dinner with anyone, dead or alive, who would it be? Now, some of you might find this a bit cliche, but for me, this question holds so much value, and Morgan's answer really hit me deeply. He said he'd love to have dinner with his mom one last time. It was a simple choice, but it really got me thinking. So, over the past year, I started asking my close friends and family the very same question. And wow, did I get some feedback from icons such as David Bowie, Oprah, to legends like Roger Federer, Jim Carrey, and the beloved Princess Diana. And after all of this, I truly spent hours reflecting about who would I choose to sit at my dinner table. And trust me, narrowing it down was no small feat. But after endless deliberation, soul searching, and countless what ifs, I finally landed on my first pick, the one and only Mr. Bean. I'm just kidding. So, on a more serious note, the first person I would really love to have dinner with one last time is my grandpa. This is since he has shaped my perspective in such a profound way without me even realizing it. This is a picture of him on his wedding day. Funny enough, my grandmother was actually engaged to be married to someone else, but he threw the ring into the river. And this story sums him up so well. He always went after what he wanted and was the definition of a go-getter. He was one of 10 children, rose to become one of the most successful lawyers of his time, owned farms stretching from the beautiful landscapes of Graafrenet to Botswana, and wrote multiple books. But above all, he was so loved by everyone around him. Even on his deathbed, he was cracking jokes, and I'll always hold the fondest memories of him. Once we had a breakfast buffet running a bit late, so in classic fashion, my grandpa decided it would be a fantastic idea to pile fish, omelette, and ice cream together on one plate. He was also known for his brilliant storytelling, and one story in particular stuck with me. Though when I was younger, the story was simplified. He compared a doctor to a builder. Picture a doctor a bit on the smaller side, think Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory. His life is rich of meaning, has a loving wife, and dedicates himself to his patients. And in his free time, he spends time visiting museums and reading poetry. Now imagine a builder, a physical powerhouse, more in line with the rock. Young, strong, and healthy. However, he hasn't settled down and sometimes misses the finer joys of life. After sharing this comparison, my grandpa would ask me, in the most desperate circumstances, like those of the Holocaust or a concentration camp, who would survive? For most of us, this is a no-brainer. Of course, the builder would have a better chance of survival. After all, he's physically stronger. However, over time, I've learned this goes way beyond physical strength. It wasn't until years later, whilst I was reading Viktor Frankl's famous book, Man's Search for Meaning, I had a full circle moment. In his book, he discusses this exact analogy of the doctor versus the builder. And suddenly it all made sense and connected for me. And for this very reason, I would love to have Frankl over for dinner. Viktor Frankl was a psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor. His work inspired millions, and his book transformed my mindset for years to come. One of the stories that deeply resonated with me was Frankl's observation about a terrible pattern he noticed. In the week between Christmas and New Year 1944, the death rate amongst prisoners spiked dramatically, as you can see here. This had nothing to do with any type of physical hardship. Rather, many prisoners were clinging onto the hope of liberation by Christmas. However, as the year came to a close and the situation remained unchanged, many lost hope and courage. Frankl often refers to the famous philosopher Nietzsche's words to capture this powerful lesson. He who has a why to live for can bear any how. And this is exactly what happened to these poor prisoners. They have lost their why. Whereas the builder only lives moment to moment, the doctor can shift his focus. By imagining the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, or being able to listen to opera music again after liberation allows him to stay mentally strong. This whole idea of finding your why always reminds me of the fascinating Japanese concept called ikigai, which sounds like a swear word to be honest. Anyways, it roughly translates to your reason for being. It's all about discovering what gives your life meaning by exploring 4 essential components: what you love, your passion; what you're good at, your profession; what the world needs, your mission; and lastly, what you get paid for, your vocation. To put it simply, it's about what gets you up in the morning. Some people have discovered the ikigai, while others are still searching for it. For me, a perfect example of someone who lived and breathed their why is the Queen of England. And for this very reason, I would love to have her over for dinner. So this might seem a bit unusual to some of you, but my mom and I are absolutely the biggest fans, and I'm just absolutely fascinated by her. She completely devoted her entire life to her people, embodying service and dedication in every aspect of her life. If I had a chance to sit down with her, I'd have so many questions. What does a morning routine look like? What was Winston Churchill really like? And what would the name of all of her dogs? You know, the important stuff. So to end things off, I'd like to share a story that always brings a smile to my face. It's about a man who falls into a deep depression after losing his wife after 60 years. During a session with his doctor, he was asked, "What do you think would have happened if you'd passed away first?" Surprised, he replied that his wife would have been absolutely devastated. The doctor then pointed out that he had, in a way, spared her that pain. In that moment, he felt a shift. He realized his life had purpose because he saved her from the grief he now carries. With this understanding, he found peace and rediscovered his why. I believe this beautifully illustrates how a person's life can hold purpose, often in ways we don't even recognize. Our ikigai or our why may differ from one another, but one thing we all share is our quest for meaning. Once you uncover your why, nurturing and pursuing it every day can transform your life. The people I've mentioned, my grandpa, Viktor Frankl, and the Queen, are all individuals I'd love to have over for dinner. This is since they all had a clear why they lived for, and they've inspired me to search for my own why. Their stories are a powerful reminder that a life rich with meaning is not only lived, it's felt, shared, and truly left a lasting impact on me. Thank you.
Wow, Esti, congratulations. That was an incredible talk. I think I want to have dinner with your grandpa as well. Up next, who do we have? Let's see. Oh, Kim. Kim, you are such an incredible person to have in the class. You always have the nicest thing to say about everyone, as Jules and many other people have said earlier. I remember one of the most defining things I heard Kim say to someone was, "Your face card never declines." And I just think that was such a telling quote about who Kim is as a person. So I hope you're all hungry, everyone, because here's Kim.
Thank you so much, Ms. Yetta, for that. My name, good morning, everyone, and good afternoon, actually. Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon to those who are attending online. My name is Kimberly Singh, and today I'm going to take you through a journey from tradition to modern. Bagels in a digital age, the intersection of tradition and trend. Before I get through this, it's very important that every time you take bites of this specific carbohydrates, it's always good to remember the journey that it went through. So today I'm going to take you through the history, tradition, the digital age, and the culture. After a stressful week of uni, an ideal Saturday morning would be having a delicious falafel bagel at Kleinsky's Delicatessen in the heart of Sea Point. Every time I would step foot into Kleinsky's, I would always wonder, why is this place so full? Why is it so hard to find place? There were times where I rocked up there and I had to wait to get a seating. But I hate to admit it, I am a very impatient person. But in this circumstance, instead of going to find somewhere else to eat, I actually waited because that's how desperate I was to have that bagel. Just a disclaimer, this is not a paid sponsorship by Kleinskis, even though I would love one. This prompted me to think how popular bagels have become and how it became a form of digital sensation where people would post bagels as if it's a form of social status. Today, I want to take you on a journey through time and technology, exploring how humble bagel has evolved in a digital age. The Yiddish term bagel or bagel. Yiddish is a language spoken by Ashkenazim, which is spoken by Central and Eastern European Jews and their descendants, which is also widely spoken in ultra Orthodox communities and modern Orthodox communities in today's age. The history of bagel's development and soaring popularity gives a window to Jewish history and fortunes over the past 800 years. Bagel, a round hole in the middle, has been a staple in Jewish cuisines for centuries. The bagel has largely associated with Jewish culture because boiling bread before toasting it served as a loophole to get around laws that banned Jews during World War II in Poland from baking bread. As Jewish communities began to immigrate from Poland and to many parts of Eastern Europe in the late 19th and the early 20th centuries, they brought their beloved bagel tradition with them. The influx of immigrants to cities such as New York and Pennsylvania and Philadelphia developed to establish bagel as a staple in American cuisine. When Jews moved from Poland to America, they brought the tradition of baking and selling bagels with them. This was the beginning of the rise of the bagel. In these new communities, bagel bakeries began to open, each with their unique recipes and techniques. The bagel became a symbol of immigrant experience, emphasizing the resilience, determination of those who sought a better life in America. Bagels were often eaten on religious occasions, including Shabbos or Shabbat, which is the Sabbath for the Jewish people. As they were boiled and baked, they were seen as kosher and suitable for dietary laws. Bagels have transformed. Bagels are now seen as food sensation on the internet. Platforms such as Instagram and TikTok have transformed the way we have perceived and consumed food, such as things like hashtag food talk, as you see on TikTok. The visually appealing nature of bagels, which their various toppings and vibrant colors, makes them a perfect subject for food photography and viral trends. The rise of the rainbow bagel is a perfect example. These colorful bagels, created by a New York bakery, became a social media sensation, attracting foodies from all over the world. It has also gained attention from various big newspapers, such as the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times. Fast forwarding, bagels are now hybrid creations. All new inventions are now created. Sushi bagels, challah bagels, pizza bagels, and even dessert bagels. Even the well-known coffee creamer brand called Coffee Mate even launched their bagel and cream cheese flavored coffee creamer. And a new viral trend called the stuffed bagel, with stuffing bagel with cream cheese and garlic butter. These innovations blend in the old with the new, making the bagel a perfect symbol of how tradition can adapt to modern tastes. Now you can have your carbs and wear them too. So bagels, the humble breakfast staple, have made a surprising leap from the kitchen to the runway. In today's world where pop culture and fashion often collide, bagels have become an unexpected muse, inspiring creative expressions in clothing, accessories, and beyond. New York-based designer Chloe Wise created a Drew-worthy bag, which is exactly like a bagel, but obviously it's not edible, with cream cheese included. Before I end off, I just want to emphasize that taking a bite of this bagel made me think. After when I first came up with this topic, I just thought I like bagels a lot. It's my weakness, I won't lie. But after researching what this topic is about, this piece of carb actually went through a lot. And to where it is now, I must just say it's amazing. And the intersection of bagels and culture is a testament to the power of food in shaping our identities and bringing us all together. From the humble beginnings in the Jewish communities to their status as a global calorie icon, bagels have left an enduring legacy. So next time you scroll past a rainbow bagel, or savor a sesame cream cheese bagel, think about what it represents. A journey from tradition to a trend. A bagel story is a reminder that the best thing in life are the ones that bring us together, one bite at a time. Thank you.
Wowee. Kim, that was fantastic. Thank you for giving a shout out to my people over there. Loved it. I don't know about you, but I'm stuffed. Good thing we're going to go burn it off with our next speaker, my work husband, my short king. Rumor has it he runs 3.5 minutes a K, but don't take my word for it. Please welcome Patrick Bowman.
Thank you, Yetta, my red and yellow queen. Sweet. Cool. So as Yetta said, my name is Patrick, and I'm going to be speaking about finding my balance in movement. So we all have different passions in life, but have you ever stopped to question how these passions balance you out? They might challenge you and test you in ways that demand discipline, and others might help you grow, and others might offer freedom and a space to feel completely unrestrained. But have you ever thought of how these very different passions complement each other in different ways, and in a strange way end up working together to create the perfect balance? So for me, this balance comes in the form of my passion for both running and kite surfing. So if you know me, you know that I have a deep love for both of these and will jump at any opportunity to yap your ear off about them. So standing up here, holding the mic in a room full of people is the perfect opportunity. So now when you think of each of these sports, they're both very different and almost complete opposites. Running is steady, disciplined, and rooted in effort, while kitesurfing is wild, liberating, and powered by nature. The thing is that together they create this harmony that shapes my life. They're my yin and yang in a way that they are very different from each other, but at the exact same time interconnected. They both play a huge role in my life, and the lessons they have taught me have helped shape the person that I am today and the way that I navigate the world. So let's start talking about running. It's a pretty straightforward sport. You get up, you put your shoes on, you go outside, and you start. It's just you, your legs, and the road ahead. There's no shortcuts to become a better runner, and there's no magic hack. It's just time and effort. I picked up running again at the start of this year to get outside more and clear my head. And when I started, I realized how much it challenged me. It was it pushed both my mental and physical limits. There've been a lot of days this year where I get changed, put on my shoes, go outside, and just think to myself, why the hell am I doing this? It makes me question everything, but the answer to this usually comes during the run itself. So everyone starts with a struggle. Those first few kilometers are always hard. My legs feel heavy, my breathing's off, and my body feels like it's fighting against me. But as I keep going, I find my rhythm and my stride evens out. My head and body finally start to sync up, and the effort starts to feel a lot more natural. Running has become more than just exercise for me. It's a way for me to clear my head, get and reconnect with myself. It keeps me physically fit, but it's the mental clarity and peace of mind that I find getting from it so special. And that's what made me realize why I enjoy it so much. It's because running challenges me in a way that nothing else does. It pushes me to my mental and physical limits. Every single run brings a new challenge to overcome. And through these runs, I've learned some really valuable lessons. So the first is patience. You need to be patient. Things don't come quickly, but if you're patient and wait, eventually they will. Then the next is trust. In order to improve, you need trust. You need to trust in yourself and trust in the process. Then we have grit, the mental grit to know that you are capable of sitting what you put your mind to. And then resilience, the ability to tell yourself to keep going, even when things get really tough. And lastly, consistency. It's those small, consistent efforts that add up into one big effort. And so through all of these, the main point that running has shown me is growth through discomfort. It's taught me to get outside my comfort zone, both mentally and physically, and push myself harder. There's no better feeling than when you finish a really tough run that was filled with challenges, but you know you pushed through. Research shows that the idea of discomfort is a catalyst for growth. Psychologists have found that situations requiring effort and perseverance help develop a growth mindset, where we view challenges as opportunities to improve rather than barriers that could limit us. This mindset not only makes us more resilient, but also equips us to handle more difficulties with confidence and determination. So Oprah Winfrey once said that running is the greatest metaphor in life because you get out of it what you put into it. This really resonates with me because I feel that running has spilled over from more than just a sport, but a passion that has kept me grounded and taught me lessons that I've put into other areas of my life. So now let's chat about kite surfing. That's my liberating force. Where running is structured and predictable, kite surfing is the complete opposite. It's chaotic, wild, and at times a bit scary. You're fully at the mercy of the wind and the waves. Kite surfing is my freedom. It's where I go to forget what's going on around me and just have fun playing in the ocean. It's going to sound crazy, but even with the wind howling and the waves crashing around me, I find it super peaceful and quiet out there. It gives me time to think about things and really just focus on myself. Don't get me wrong, I also do it for the adrenaline, the speed, the jumps, and that feeling of fly, which is honestly unmatched. It's super addictive. So every kite surfing session starts with a bit of chaos. Sorry, I know what you're thinking. None of those are me. So the wind blowing and the kites pulling you around, there's waves crashing, and it kind of just feels like the elements are completely against me. But as I calm down and adjust, I start to find my flow. Everything becomes smoother, and it's like my body and the elements fall into sync. Suddenly, the chaos feels natural, and I can tune everything else out. Kite surfing has become more than just a thrilling sport for me. It's a way to let go and clear my head, reconnect with myself, and get that mental freedom and sense of exhilaration. That's what makes it so special to me. That's when I realized why I keep coming back to kite surfing. It's not just the adrenaline, but it's this profound sense of liberation that it brings. So through all my kite surfing experiences, I've gained some valuable lessons as well. First is adaptability. You need to be able to adjust to the ever-changing conditions and surroundings and your surroundings. Things won't always go your way, but success lies in how you adapt. The next is courage. It takes bravery sometimes to go out and put my head down and just head out into the water. I've come to appreciate a passion that pushes me to be bold. Then there's failure. Kitesurfing has shown me that setbacks are parts of it and are inevitable. They're also a sign of progress and growth. And then finally, there's freedom. The sport has taught me the importance of making time for things that make me feel truly alive. So the balance between running and kite surfing. Running has taught me to embrace growth through discomfort, pushing me beyond my physical limits. Though it's often challenging, it's instilled patience, resilience, and grit, helping me overcome self-doubt and face challenges head on. As my grounding force, running keeps me disciplined and centered. Kitesurfing is my liberating force. It's the yang to my running's yin. It offers pure freedom and a connection with nature. Out on the water, I'm fully present, in sync with the wind and the waves, and it's both humbling and exhilarating, providing a reset for my soul and helping me find clarity and joy in life's unpredictability. So, this balance between effort and ease, pushing forward and letting go, is where I find my harmony. Each one of these fill the gap left by the other, creating this dynamic that keeps me centered, inspired, and whole. Running challenges me to grow, while kitesurfing reminds me to live. So for me, running and kitesurfing aren't just activities. They're a way for me to balance my life out. So in closing, I'd like you to all take a moment to think about your passions. How do they ground you, challenge you, or set you free? And how might they bring more balance and fulfillment into your life? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. That was lovely. Thank you. Up next, we've got someone talking about something that's not as trendy. Actually, they'll be talking about something that is non-conforming to society at all. She is a true Libra and always has a smile of her face. The cutest thing to come out of red and yellow. Please welcome Liama Nguka.
Hello, everyone. Firstly, I would love to thank Yetsa for that lovely introduction. Okay, let's go. Go to school, graduate, get a job, and stick to it. Today, I'll be talking about embracing the multifaceted you, rejecting everything, rejecting conformity, and embracing all parts of who you are. But first, there's this quick video that I really like to share with everyone.
All of us juggle multiple interests, passions, and jobs. Yet there comes a moment on our paths where we're expected to get serious, to find our one thing, stick to it. I mean, think about how many times we ask each other the question, what do you do? Because what we do is only a fraction of who we are. And this culture of heralding expertise means that our curiosities are often mislabeled as distractions. I like to call the change that emerges from blossomed curiosities rupture. If tradition is the result of repetition, then rupture is the introduction of something fresh. It's bridging together two spaces often kept separate for the sake of achieving new ends. And it's of insisting that there are possibilities outside of the ones we've been presented with. Do you know what the byproduct of curiosity is? Possibility, surprise. Chasing curiosity means that my purpose is constantly unfolding in front of me. All I have to do is pay attention. Each and every one of us have a special set of interests that are totally unique to us, like a thumbprint.
So, at the beginning of the year, my best friend shared this TED talk with me. And it was one of those validating moments where someone outside our friendship circle was talking about the very thing that we always discuss during our girls' night. How we all have these multiple interests and passions, yet there's this pressure to choose just one career path, feeling like we are limiting ourselves and not honoring who we truly are. As we know that deep down we are capable of so much more. There's this unshakable feeling that parts of us remain unexplored and that there's potential that still needs to be tapped. So the question is, how can we discover those parts of ourselves if we don't give ourselves the chance to try? But first, let's look at the root of the problem, society. There's this pressure from society to conform into their own societal expectation, where we all expected to follow this linear path of just graduating and getting a job. But what about everything in between? What about the passions that light us up, or the dreams that don't fit into a neat, predefined box? Each of us here in this room grew up with dreams that felt limitless. At some point, we saw the world as our oyster, a place where we can come in and leave our mark. But somewhere along the way, we constantly get told to be realistic, that our aspirations are impossible. And with every "are you sure?" we heard, we started to doubt ourselves. And slowly, those once limitless dreams become limited. There's this pressure to conform. This pressure to conform assumes that we are one dimensional, ignoring the reality that we are multifaceted beings with the potential for so much more. Trying to fit into these roles strips us of the richness of who we are and denies us the chance to explore the full spectrum of our potential. So then, what does it mean to indulge our passions, interests, and hobbies? It means rejecting that conformity and giving yourself the permission to explore all different facets of who you are. It's about being curious, experimenting, and thriving in spaces where your varied passions intersect. When you embrace this mindset, you realize that your career don't doesn't have to compete with each other. They can coexist, often complementing each other in ways you might not expect. You don't have to choose one passion over the other. You can choose both or even all and create something extraordinary where they meet. And what I uncovered through the TED Talks is that there's this common thread between them, that innovation happens at intersections. Take Yara, for example. She's blending acting and academia to offer us quite a unique perspective, while her counterpart merges art, science, and entrepreneurship, proving that pursuing multiple passions does not dilute your potential. It amplifies it. You can be an artist who loves science, an engineer who's passionate about baking, or a writer who's intrigued by the business world. And I understand it takes courage to break free from the fear of judgment and confidently saying, I can do and be more. But when you start adopting this mindset, you unlock a world of endless possibilities, not just for your career, but for your growth as a whole person. This goes beyond passions and skills. It also applies to emotions. Embracing all aspects of who we are builds resilience and helps us navigate life's challenges with authenticity and strength, which is important to allow curiosity to become this guiding force in our journey. As you know, curiosity fuels creativity and opens doors to new opportunities. By allowing ourselves to follow our curiosity, we expand our horizon, deepen our understanding, and create a space for continuous personal growth. There's a quick story I'd really like to share with all of you. Is that 2 years ago, I found myself at a standstill in my life. So the one thing about me is that I've always had a plan. I knew that I was getting to UCT. I knew that I would pursue media studies, graduate, possibly do my postgrad, and then get a job. But somewhere along the way, I realized that I had only prioritized this one goal, letting go of all of my other passions, and I started shutting down on myself, neglecting my passions and interests. And as time went by, a sadness started creeping in. I felt disconnected from myself, like I had locked away pieces of who I was to just fit into this box that just did not serve me. So, the one thing I had to do is that I had to take a step back and I started reevaluating my life, not through the lens of society, but through my own eyes. And it was during this period of reflection, I recalled a memory from grade 11 when I had the incredible opportunity to intern at EL South Africa. And what I recall from this memory is that it was a very simple, mundane task when we just came back from a photo shoot and we were literally just packing and reorganizing clothes back into their boxes. But at that moment, I was buzzing with excitement because I was in my element. I felt pure happiness because I was doing something that felt authentic to me. That moment reminded me of how much joy comes from pursuing your passion, even in small ways, just for yourself. And now looking back on that experience, I made a promise to myself. I would honor every interest, dream, and passion that spoke to me. I would pursue them intentionally, not for anyone else's approval, but for my own fulfillment. And allowing curiosity to guide me, I realized that I had discovered parts of myself that I had neglected. It taught me that life is not only about following a single straight path, it's about letting your passions, interests, and emotions intersect to create a richer, more authentic version of who you are. And my curiosity is the one thing that led me to Red and Yellow. My time here meant that I was able to uncover new interests that I didn't know that I had. I was able to reignite passions, and I was able to discover where I want to go and have an idea of my life. But more than anything else, I've also had the privilege of meeting incredible people within these four walls. Each of you here is living with a purpose, carving your own path, and discovering what fulfills you. It is a beautiful reminder that life isn't about fitting into a mold, it's about breaking it. So today, I want to challenge you. I want to challenge you to reject the boxes that society may try to put you in. Don't limit yourself to just one identity. The world is evolving, and so are we. Living as our multifaceted self, balancing roles, careers, and hobbies isn't something to shy away from, it's something to celebrate. Embrace every facet of who you are. So let's take time to honor our inner child, the one who once believed we could do and be anything. Let's keep that belief alive. Let it guide us and embrace our multiplicity. Thank you.
Oh, Liama, that was so beautiful. Now, moving from one societal element to the other, for our next speaker, you'll definitely recognize her. But she, you could argue, has such big hair because it is so full of information. Handing over to the girl with the curls, Sarah Roy.
Thanks, Yates. I am boarding a plane in Joburg on a video call with my sister in London and looking at a brochure on the culture in Vietnam. Hello world, here I come. Imagine the world I dream of. From a young age, I have dreamt of exploring a world without borders. A place where everyone can go anywhere. People from every corner of the world can meet, learn from one another, and grow together. A world which understands and tolerates the diversity of religion, culture, cuisine, geography, and all other differences. A world where technology will bridge gaps rather than create them. Perhaps this is a dream, but as Walt Disney so aptly stated, all our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Today I realize that while the world has made incredible strides to follow this dream, something has changed. Yes, we live in a world more connected than ever before, but some doors that had seemed wide open are slowly closing, or are they? So I ask myself this question: is the world and all the human beings that occupy it changing to such an extent that my dream will be diluted? I'm a Gen Z, and unlike my parents, I've grown up in a world where technology is pervasive. My bullies, on the other hand, are Gen X. And my dad got his first cell phone in the 90s and tells me he first accessed the internet in about 1995. No wonder he's behind the times. Marshall McLuhan introduced the concept of the global village in the 1960s, predicting that technology will shrink the world, allowing for instant communication regardless of geography. For decades now, the global village has felt like our reality. Technology, particularly the internet and air travel, has made the world feel smaller. Prior to this, communicating with someone across the world would take weeks or months. Now, with the simple click of a button, we can video chat with anyone from anywhere. This instant communication has fueled cultural exchange, global business, education, medical advances, and collaboration. For me, travel has always been more than just reaching a destination. It's a way to keep my dreams alive. Whenever I feel the need for inspiration, I find myself exploring potential new destinations, each one bringing me closer to my dream of exploring the world's endless diversity. I have cousins and siblings scattered across different countries, and despite time zone differences, we make it work, staying connected and sharing moments as if the kilometers between us were just a number. This sense of connection is beautifully highlighted by the portal, a real-time visual link that makes New York and Dublin feel like they're next door to each other. Sorry. My sister, standing in the center of New York City, saw her friend in Dublin. This was surreal, a reminder that our world is indeed getting smaller. For a moment, it felt like stepping into the future, where distance no longer dictates relationships, where friends and family can stay close regardless of where life takes them. The portal is more than a screen or device. It's a gateway to human connection, blurring the lines between here and there, making the concept of far away feel outdated. This glimpse into a future without boundaries reinforces why I treasure both the journeys I take and the relationships I maintain across countries. In a world where travel and technology unite, covering distance is less of a challenge. It's not a barrier to be feared. In this connected world, companies now hire talent globally, students take classes online, and ideas spread at lightning speed. It's thrilling to think how limitless this all feels. But lately, I've been wondering, is the world truly opening up, Or are we seeing doors close right before us? Take physical borders, for example. Travel, which seemed to be becoming easier for everyone, now feels restricted. Brexit is an example. When the UK left the EU in 2016, it wasn't just a political shift. Sorry. It was a way of redrawing boundaries that had seemed to be fading. Before Brexit, people from the UK and EU could travel freely between borders, and businesses and travelers barely thought twice. Now, custom checks and border controls are everyday realities, a reminder of how quickly things can change. When I was in school, I had the opportunity to go on exchange to the UK, which was an amazing experience. I traveled to a new country and got to experience all their traditions and cultures and be part of their daily routines. It was an eye-opener, seeing a whole new world up close. That trip sparked a real passion for exploring new cultures, not just as a tourist, but as someone who really gets to settle in and dive into all the little details that each country has to offer. I also had the chance to go on exchange to Spain. To Spain, which added another layer to my travel experience. Each city and small town I traveled to had its own flavor, its own story, and every court I played on carried a unique energy. But with every journey, I have noticed more challenges creeping in. When I started looking for seasonal work in ski resorts to combine my love for travel and the outdoors, I quickly found out how difficult it would be to make this dream a reality. Opportunities I had heard of were slowly starting to feel more out of reach. The paperwork, the permits, the costs are only part of it. The bigger issue comes down to the limitations that come with having a South African passport. While friends and family with European and British passports can apply for sponsorship more easily, I face restrictions that seem like walls in my path. Aspen, for instance, is a place I would like to work in, a chance to ski and work in one of the most iconic resorts. But just as I was on the verge of making this happen, shifts in visa sponsorship policies made this plan seem more distant. I've realized for many people like me, with so much passion for exploring and experiencing the world firsthand, these sudden changes in travel rules are more than just obstacles. They're a reminder of the uphill climb it takes to pursue this lifestyle. I find it disheartening facing limitations that have nothing to do with one's enthusiasm or abilities, but everything to do with where one's passport is from. Yet every hurdle only strengthens my resolve. Every experience, whether on exchange, on a tennis court overseas, or pursuing seasonal work, has taught me something invaluable. I'm reminded that despite the barriers, every journey I undertake has fueled my desire to keep going, to create ways to add exploration into my daily life, and to connect me with others who share the same passion for the world and its endless horizons. Interestingly, South Africa doesn't require visas from visitors from many countries. People from places like the UK, most European countries, the US, and many others can travel here without special permits. South African stance is quite open and welcoming compared to other countries. This idea is to encourage tourism and showcase our stunning landscapes, rich cultures, and welcoming communities. With the sun, the sea, and the beach, we have so much to offer, and tourism is a powerful way to boost our economy and share our country with the world. If international travel keeps becoming more difficult for South Africans, maybe my dream can shift closer to home. Imagine exploring all that South Africa and the broader African continent has to offer. I could become a tourist in my own country, meeting travelers from around the world who have come to South Africa to see the beauty I sometimes take for granted. From the wild savannas of the Kruger to the coastline of Cape Town, the mountain trails, the vibrant towns, and our diverse history, South Africa is a world in itself. So perhaps while I navigate the limitations that come with my overseas plans, I should start with local travels. It's a chance to experience the same thrill of exploration and connection right here at home. But it's not just physical borders that shape our experiences. The digital world, which promises to bring us closer, is also experiencing its own barriers. Although technology connects millions, the global village often feels more like a gated community, where opportunities are blocked by barriers of inequality. Wealthy countries use technology to protect their interests, leaving the less fortunate outside the gates. Take the internet, for example. Research shows that globally, women use the internet about 12% less than men, and the gap is even wider in developing countries. Marginalized groups such as women, the elderly, and those in rural areas face more significant barriers to accessing the digital world, creating divides that echo those in the physical world. Technologies like AI can reinforce these inequalities with biases in hiring, healthcare, and beyond. And while automation brings innovation, it also risks replacing countless jobs, leaving many workers vulnerable unless they can access retraining. So it seems that the digital world has massive benefits and has enabled progress at a pace like never before, and even opened up space travel, although a trip to Mars is definitely not on my radar. But digital is not physical. And for me, human interaction at a physical level is the only way we can truly create and enjoy the global village. So in closing, I've come to realize that the borders that divide us are no longer physical and political, they are deeply personal. When I dream of visiting friends and family or experiencing life in a new country, current restrictions feel like walls that separate me from the global village I grew up believing in, which is that the world is small and the ability to experience its very essence physically is real. That my WhatsApp call with my sister will soon be replaced by a face-to-face conversation. That I may experience life in a different country, eat food in a street in Europe, swim in different oceans, climb different mountains, and gain or impart wisdom on different continents. Sorry about that. Still, I hold on to my dream. Hello, world. Here I come. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for that amazing chat. Our next speaker, I know what you're all thinking, save the best for last, right? Well, his father has actually given me strict instruction to rip in and humble him, but I will not. Actually, I think it's fair to say that the next speaker wears a lot of hats and is very much a paternal figure in our AdMac class. Please give it up for our head bully, Mike Wright.
Greetings, everyone. So if I exhibit signs of fatigue, it's because I stayed up all night last night worrying about what Yetu was going to say. In 2022, I tried to start a company, and it was tough. It was fun, but luckily I had a strong support unit around me. Some of them are here: Jess, my dad, Meg Wright, my mother watching digitally. And I just had this awesome group around me. And one of the people was this man called Elias, who sold protein next to the gym that I went to. And every day when I left the gym, we'd have this chat, and our chat would take me from the scrambled mess into just this calmness that let me go and take on my day. And one day, obviously, he could see something was on my mind, and he just looked at me and said a line. And I don't know if anyone here can say what he said to me. Don't worry, everything will work out. And I really needed to hear it that day, and I really wanted to hear it every day. So what I did is I set a daily reminder on my phone so that I could hear it every day. Does anyone know what time I set that alarm? 1401. Does anyone know what song plays? Halo by Beyonce. So 14. Okay, so I screenshotted that a minute late, but 1401. Don't worry, it's all going to work out. And this just became such a massive part of my life, and I loved seeing how it impacted everyone else over the last few months and years. This quote isn't just an affirmation that plays every day on my phone. It's backed up by a lot of proof. And I believed Elias when he said it to me. As Alex Hormozy says, confidence doesn't come from shouting affirmations in the mirror, but by having a stack of undeniable proof that something exists. And the reason I believe 1401 is true is because the stacks of undeniable proof that exist around me. So I've got 3 stories that come to mind immediately that really prove this 1401. The first is about a young boy who got bullied relentlessly by his cricket team, and his mom gave him the strange advice to just be nice to the bully. And the boy did that. And at first, the boy got bullied for being nice, and the young boy just kept it up. He kept swimming down this dark tunnel that his mother had, this dark tunnel of uncertainty that his mother had told him to swim down, just hoping that some light would arrive. Slowly but surely, things got better until last week, 15 years later, the bully actually thanked the young boy for being kind, and they are now friends. 1401, don't worry, it's all going to work out. So the next is a story called Puss Beard. It's another young boy who used to get bullied for having bad skin, and his schoolmates called him Puss Beard because of his pimples. And shame, one day he scratched one of his pimples and blood started streaming down his face. And they renamed him to Puss Beard Blood Monster. And later that week, Puss Beard Blood Monster got invited to like a social jawl. There'd be girls there, and he was just a bit nervous. And he wanted to go, but he also wanted to stay at home because he was self-conscious. But he went, and he thought everyone was going to jeer at him and tease him about his skin, but everyone was actually quite nice. And it was on that day that Puss Beard Blood Monster realized it's about what's inside that matters most, not the outside. And a few years later, his skin cleared up. 1401, everything worked out. And then the last one is just another story about another young boy who was very passionate about hockey, and he was getting better and better and better and better until one day he fractured his hip, and he sadly had to stop playing hockey, and he had to find another passion. So he made finding his passion his passion. And he did a bit of everything. He did a bit of everything. He did a bit of market work. He just zoomed around the place. He worked in a butchery in Paarl for a bit. Until 10 years later, after a bit of experimenting, he found himself in a classroom where he was surrounded by like-minded people who also got excited by this concept called pestle. And it was there that he just knew that 1401, everything had worked out and everything will continue working out. And just like Gary said earlier, the twist here is obviously that these stories were of me as a little youngster. I was the butchery boy. I was the hockey boy. I was the passionate marketing student. I was the guy with great skin. And all of these stories and others just made me believe in Elias when he told me everything is going to work out. So my mission now over the next few minutes is to convince you guys that everything is going to work out. And I've given you my internal proof, and I went out to try and find some external proof. So I got another 5 stories that, I mean, I'd love to share the stories in here, whether it's Hannah hiking, I could go on forever about the stacks of proof that everyone exhibits. But these 5 stories, the first was Patrick, a friend that I lived with. We studied BAs together. And one day after 2 years, he just said, it's not what he wants to do. He wasn't doing well, but he didn't do anything at school. So he decided to drop out, even though I told him to continue. I said it was, you're so close to being at the end. And he said, no, he needs to drop out. So he left university to restudy grade 10 to 12 maths and science. And then he worked in a factory as an electrical technician. And then 7 years later, he now works for an engineering firm as an industrial electrician. And he basically said, 1401, don't worry, it's all going to work out as long as you don't compare yourselves to others, because that's the quickest way to get off your path. Accept where you are, put your head down, make the most of the situation you're in, and treat every day like a new day. If you put positive energy in, you'll get positive energy out. And Patrick is just the quintessential example of the Rocky cutscene. So in the movie Rocky, he obviously trains for a year, but in the movie that you watch, that like year training is 30-second montage. And Patrick really showed that after 7 years, it takes 7 years to change your life. And he did this through hard work, and that was really inspiring. But most importantly, 1401, everything worked out. The next is a guy called Anton, who basically used to be big on social media, and then he left social media for a bit to clear his mind, and then a few years later, he came back. And when he came back, he expected videos to go viral immediately, but sadly, that wasn't the case. And actually, they didn't do well at all for the start. He was getting 1,000 views consistently, but he kept at it and he kept at it. And he just says, 1401, don't worry, it's all going to work out as long as you don't get deterred when you don't get immediate results. And what happened is, after about 2 years, he ended up actually making his page even bigger than it used to be. And it's just a great example of Rome wasn't built in a day. Everything will be okay. 1401. The next guy is a guy called Matt. I literally just went to him because he went through a tough breakup. And I said, Matt, tell me 1401, what does that mean to you? And he said, to him, it's an example of this too shall pass. And what I really enjoyed about this is that this too shall pass is for good times and bad times. It's for when things are bad, it's the knowledge that it will pass. But also when things are good, it will pass. And that's great for keeping you grounded when things are going great. It's also great for when things are going bad. But Matt says, this too shall pass. Next one, Marcus. He is just spending 9 years at university. I asked him, Marcus, how are you still doing it? He said, it's all going to work out as long as you don't give up today, never today. And he basically advises people to just have the grace to allow yourself to give up tomorrow, but never give up today. And he also says, when waters are rough, think about that one person who loves you. Because it's easy to give up on yourself, but it's very tough to give up for those who invest time and energy in you. So Marcus, if you're watching this, 1401, it's all going to work out. And then my last story, Ross and the epilepsy. He's a close friend. I went and visited him in hospital the other day when he was getting a brain scan, and he was waiting for an epileptic fit so that they could measure his brain. And it was at the time the alarm went off, and I showed it to him and asked him, what does 1401 mean to you? And he just says, you can't choose the cards you dealt in life, only how you play them. And it's all going to work out as long as you take your meds and enjoy life. But what he basically says is there's no point in stressing about something that you cannot control. Just go out and enjoy it. So this was all of my internal proof paired with a bit of external proof. And I think with the real life stories that I shared, the most significant thing about 1401 is that it has popped up every single day for 720 days in a row. And the fascinating thing about it popping up every day is that every single day it's played, it's been significant to me and it's encouraged me. And that means that for 720 days, I've been going through something at that time. But also, I've gone through 720 things, and 720 things have worked out. And for me, that's this undeniable stack of proof that everything will work out. But if you look at all of these stories, it isn't just sitting around and waiting for things to improve. They've all said, as long as something. There's an open-endedness to 1401. Everything will be okay as long as something. And it's not about sitting around and waiting for it to become perfect. You have to go out and do something, whether it's something small like changing your belief minorly, or smiling, or literally restudying. You have to go out and actively change something. Adam Grant has the cool example of optimism versus hope, where optimism is this fleeting belief that everything will be okay, while hope is the sense that things can be made better through action. So 1401 does sit on the hopeful side. But more importantly, you have to go out and do something. And as they say, God will steer the boat, but you must row. If you don't row, God can't steer. And I just thoroughly enjoy that analogy. 1401 is a message that pops up every day, and it's awesome because you get to respond to it. It's a choice to step into the unknown with confidence. It's the choice to remain calm in the face of risk. It's a choice to stay afloat even when it feels like your boat is sinking. It's the choice to have faith that it all work out. And taking action is very much like swimming down a dark tunnel. It's scary, it's intimidating, you don't know when it's going to end. But when swimming down a dark tunnel, there arrives a point of no return where you don't have enough breath to go back, to double back to the start. And it's in these moments where you need more than breath to get to the end of this tunnel. You need faith that if you do keep swimming, you will pop out safely at the other side. So to you guys, next time you find yourself in a dark tunnel, I just hope that you remember the speech, you remember the tiny bits of undeniable proof, the stacks of undeniable proof that you can witness literally in everyone's stories here today. I hope you remember 1401. Keep swimming down the tunnel. Don't turn back. Forge on, continue, and just know that you are almost there. And as Elias says, don't worry, it's going to work out. Thanks, guys.
Wow. Fantastic way to end off. No one likes a show off. No, I'm kidding. Thank you all. I think we should all stand up and give a round of applause to all our speakers today. Come on, everyone, stand up. Standing ovation for session 1, 2, 3, and 4. You can all give yourselves a big pat on the back. I'm so proud of each and every one of you, as is Di and Mel. Thank you all again for being here, friends, family. But there's more. I am parched. I don't know about any of you. And I would love a beverage. So we have a brewery, right? Okay, you got to go downstairs and then you got to go upstairs again. It's called Tap Room. And there's going to be water and beers and whatever you like. So please, and we are water. I said that. So please join us for a drink, everyone. And congratulations, everyone. And we'll see you all tomorrow. Pardon? Oh.